realize it. But do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Don't get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news, and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the
people. Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary. Because we are the voice of the people. We are Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights, four.
He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Compact. Time, Tyson Gay right. Rolled all the way. He's looking around.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Spotlight 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away. For the best coverage of Nigeria football, always listen to today's Spotlight on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Austin Oladapo, the captain of two-time African.
I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions. champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh. Born to a throne, stronger than Rome, but violent prone, poor people's zone. But it's my home, all I have known, where I got grown. Streets we would roam, out of the darkness I came the farthest, among the hardest survival. Learn from these streets, it can be bleak, accept no defeat, surrender, retreat. So we struggling, fighting to eat, and we wondering when we'll be free. So we patiently wait for that fateful day. It's not far away, but for now we say, when I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh, so many wars, settling scores, bringing us promises, leaving us poor. I heard them say, love is the way, love is the answer. That's what they say, but look how they treat us, make us believers. We fight their battles, then they deceive us. Try to control us, they couldn't hold us, cause we just move forward like buffalo soldiers. We struggling, fighting to eat, and we wondering when we'll be free. So we patiently wait for that fateful day. It's not far away, but for now we say, when I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes. Just like a waving flag, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh. When I get older, when I get older, I will be stronger. Just like a waving flag, just like a waving flag, just like a waving flag, flag, just like a waving flag. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh. Born to a throne, stronger than Rome, but violent prone, poor people's zone. But it's my home, all I have known, where I got grown. Streets we would roam, out of the darkness I came the farthest, among the hardest survival. Learn from these streets, it can be bleak, accept no defeat, surrender, retreat. So we struggling, fighting to eat, and we wondering when we'll be free. So we patiently wait for that fateful day. It's not far away, but for now we say, when I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh, so many wars, settling scores, bringing us promises, leaving us poor. I heard them say, When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh. Born to a throne, stronger than Rome, but violent prone, poor people's zone. But it's my home, all I have known, where I got grown. Streets we would roam, out of the darkness I came the farthest, among the hardest survival. Learn from these streets, it can be bleak, accept no defeat, surrender, retreat. So we struggling, fighting to eat, and we wondering when we'll be free. So we patiently wait for that fateful day. It's not far away, but for now we say, when I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh, so many wars, settling scores, bringing us promises, leaving us poor. I heard them say, love is the way, love is the answer. That's what they say, but look how they treat us, make us believers. We fight their battles, then they deceive us, try to control us. They couldn't hold us, cause we just move forward like buffalo soldiers. We struggling, fighting to eat, and we wondering when we'll be free. So we patiently wait for that fateful day. It's not far away, but for now we say, when I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio. 95.1 FM.
Rather spend my Friday nights.
Lovely. Don, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you go.
Ah, it's a shambles.
You've had a stressful night, haven't you?
Oh, mate, I hate tech. Honestly.
I know.
I've got yous all on Echo.
Yeah. He said, you know, well, I thought it was out of order, Nige, because he said, I can hear Nigel Rio Coca twice. Some people would think that's a good thing. Don's complaining about it. Out of order. We're going to kick off here with Liverpool against Manchester City, but we're going to kind of run this match through the programme. It's the main narrative of the weekend. Noel Gallagher's going to join us, and no doubt he's going to nail sky blue colours to the mast. I think he's got one or two things he wants to get off his chest about Trent Alexander-Arnold, but I won't give too much away for when he joins us later. But it is the biggest game this weekend, the biggest game for many weekends in actual fact. Liverpool-Man City, first against second, Klopp against Guardiola, and things have got a little spicy after Trent Alexander-Arnold suggested that Liverpool's trophies meant more to their fans.
Pep is the best manager in the world. They had incredible players, probably the best number 9, Haaland, Kevin De Bruyne, so many, Phil Foden, best English player in the moment probably, and all these kind of, it's all there, and we all respect it, and Trent respects it. But he's born in Liverpool. He stood on the bins before he played for the club. He played through all youth teams. What would you think in that situation? We have no clue exactly what 100% what it means to other people, but what happens here means more to us. We had 2 years ago a parade after winning the League Cup and the FA Cup, losing the Champions League final the night before, losing the league for a point. Tell me a city where you have a parade and it looks like we won all these trophies. That's the club is special to us.
They defend the club not responding this guy, what they have done many years on the pitch, every single 3 days. That is the best way. So if we have done it, I could answer him, but why? So, honestly.
So Jurgen Klopp defending Trent, Pep having his say. So Trent Alexander-Arnold's comments were, looking back on this era, although they've won more titles than us and have probably been more successful, our trophies will mean more to us and our fan base because of the situations at both clubs financially. How both clubs have built their teams and the manner in which we've done it probably means more to our fans. Ruben Diaz responded. He said, we've won a lot in this club, especially last year with the treble. I think it's pretty certain between our fans, how much it means to all of us. At the end of the day, you can only have certain emotions if you actually win stuff. A treble is a feeling you can only know how it feels when you actually do it. Shots fired. Erling Haaland. What thoughts? Paul Robinson.
Listen, I think Trent has to speak for himself and his own club. You look at where Manchester City were all these years ago at Main Road. You look at where they've climbed up through the years, through time back, and you look where that club at Manchester City's been. I think he was just a little bit naive. I think he should have stuck to what it means to him.
Rivals, bit of needle. Trent's had his say. He's winding the City lads up. They've responded as well. I'd like to see a couple of...
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others and people's potential? Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. What they're going through, do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello everyone and welcome to this episode of the Sky Sports F1 podcast with me, Matt Baker. The winter is over. It's not long until we go racing in Bahrain. So we thought we'd tell you who's hot and who's not for the 2024 season. Joined by our wonderful guests, Natalie Pinkham, Karine Chandok and Tom McCluskey, Formula One content creator.
So who's hot and who's not?
I'm not at liberty to say everyone is hot. You're all equally as hot as each other.
Awkward.
How is everyone? Good winter?
Great.
Yeah? Everyone feeling ready to go for 2024?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a manic start to the year, hasn't it? With so much happening over the winter. We thought with no driver changes, it's going to be a dull off-season, and then it's all been mad.
It never is.
Never is.
It all kind of came in one big lump as well. Andretti and Lewis was literally the day after each other, so when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, it certainly does. Gave us a lot to talk about over the winter, which is always good. Right, we're going to trial something at the start of our podcast this week, and maybe for a few more, and maybe the whole season. Let's see how well it goes. We've provisionally called this What I've Learned, and this is an opportunity.
Title.
Yes, it sounds like primary school. It basically is an opportunity for us to talk about what we've learned the week before. So, Natalie, you go first. What have you learned in the last week?
Well, first and foremost, I've learned that that drain covers aren't necessarily just exclusive to street tracks.
Because it rains everywhere, even in the desert.
Exactly. But there was us going all like, well, the F1 snob amongst us, saying, oh, Vegas, they got it wrong here. But no, we've seen it in Bahrain, we've seen it in Malaysia, we've seen it in Baku, we've seen it in Vegas. So it's everywhere. But I mean, that was a bit boring. So I've actually learned something else. I've also learned, and it's not something that I don't think I already knew, any of us already knew, that Formula One never sits still. Neither do Red Bull. So even when you've got the fastest car, you still go out there and dare to be different and dream and take risks. And I love that about not just Red Bull and Adrian Newey's designs, but the sport as a whole.
Yeah. We're going to come on to talk about that in detail because the Red Bull looks very different, doesn't it, this year? Karine, what about you? What have you learned?
I learned that Ted's lost none of his humour over the winter. My favourite moment of testing was when he spotted some hipsters in the pit lane and made jokes of them, which was very amusing. I was going to say this, pretty much the same as Nats, is that just when you think a car is perfect, they come out and improve on perfection, which is quite amazing. So I'll segue into something else, and I'll say, I learned that Alpine are going to have a tough year, is by most people's conclusions. And, you know, This was a team that went from 4th to 5th to 6th last year, and there's lots of hopes about moving forward. They might well do, but they're going to need some big upgrades.
Yeah, we've got a question in our mailbag. So many new features for this year. In our mailbag sections, we've got a question about that, so we'll come on to that later. Go on, Tom, what about you?
I think race runs are king, because you look at the one-lap performance. I mean, you look at Joe Guanyu on the final day, you know, he was right up there. Sauber typically tend to push I think, last year on day 2, he was quickest. And really like meaningful insights from testing, and there's all this, it's a caveat, it's only testing, we don't know fuel loads, we don't know engine modes, blah, blah, blah. But race runs are I think the closest we can get to a somewhat accurate kind of reflection of where the pace is. And I mean, the fact that Ferrari look consistent, but Max, I don't know, like, the word ominous has been chucked around a lot recently. I feel like we should find another word for ominous, because I've heard that word so often over testing. But it is, and at the end of the day, like, qualifying, Max didn't dominate in the same way he dominated the races last year. He only qualified on pole 13 times out of 22, only. It wasn't the same level of domination as in the race, but it just goes to show that actually it's the race runs that will determine whether or not we have a dominated championship or not this year.
Yeah. We look forward to the most exciting qualifying of the year, in my opinion, which is Bahrain, where we actually get to see proper pace. I'll tell you what I learned, and this was actually courtesy of Ted Kravitz. Williams have motivational screensavers. And these are all words that I think we should live by on the podcast. Innovation, teamwork, resilience, excellence, and accountability.
Your innovation with all these new segments.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a busy winter here at Sky Sports F1 Towers. So yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. We saw the screensavers flicking over on the pit wall, which is rather bizarre. But anyway, there you go. That's the secret. We'll live by those as well on the podcast. Right, let's talk about the season, and let's start with Red Bull. We spoke about it earlier. Natalie, you mentioned it with regards to what Adrian Newey has done with the car and how he's evolved it. Were you surprised when you saw the car released that it had changed so much?
No, yes, I was surprised at the changes, but I wasn't surprised at the fact that they are prepared to go for it, because it is a gamble to an extent. They obviously had the luxury of time to evolve last year's car into this probably a lot sooner than anyone else. But I just love Adrian Newey's mind, his brain, the way he works. I love the old scratch of the chin as he's looking over his beautiful creation. And as I said before, it's just never sitting still, always pushing the envelope, asking more questions, seeing how much more as a sport we can grow and flourish. And that is exemplified by Red Bull, the current champions.
I love that shot in the pits of him under the car. Just in his like normal clothing, no Red Bull branded clothing, just under the car, just doing his thing. Like he's just about all the time. Yeah. I love that. He's like, that passion's still there, clearly.
Well, and he's 44 years and 25 world championships into his career. He could quite easily go sit on the South African beach and not come back, you know. But as you say, passion is the key. But I think, for me, there's a few things that have happened, right? If you look at the car that's here, they have finally thrown away the shackles of that wind tunnel penalty that they were carrying for the cost cap breach. So I think it was the 26th of October, that went away. So they've had that extra wind tunnel time to develop into this year's car. They had such an advantage last year, as Natalie rightly said. They didn't need to keep developing last year's car. At some point, they could switch focus, and it just shows that we're still in a relatively immature stage of this rule cycle. We're only in year 3, and bizarrely, they're still finding new things. So I wasn't surprised that they have found new stuff. I think I'm surprised that of all the teams, they seem to have made the most progress. When you think normally there's a law of diminishing returns here.
You said ominous, Tomo, at the beginning. Is it also the fact that they completed 391 laps in testing? That's the third most of any team. There doesn't seem to be a weakness, not even reliability seems to be a weakness of that car.
Yeah, I mean, this current generation of Formula One, it feels like the cars are more reliable than ever. You could typically rely in the past, you could rely on unreliability to throw a bit of a spanner in the works a bit more often. But I mean, you look at that car, that team. It's so well drilled. How, you know, on top of it, Max particularly obviously feels in that car. It's quite ironic that the issues they did have was when Checo jumped in the car, when the brakes caught fire and had to come in. And it was a bit. And you look at other teams, and I think across the board, I mean, everyone was pretty reliable. There wasn't some absolute howlers like we've had in the past. Alpine not great, but I mean, was it Williams 2019? And they didn't even have the car ready and missing.
Oh, coming into testing, yeah. I'm sorry, I thought you meant the year as a whole last year. I felt for Alpine all year.
Oh, yeah.
That was a shocker.
Yeah, not ideal. And they're down on power as well, so they've got to do even more to compensate. But yeah, it was, I think across the board, everyone felt pretty happy coming out of testing, but Red Bull just, again, that ATR penalty just didn't, because they could offset so early last season, you know, they've still been able to innovate loads.
I think we have to talk about the elephant in the room, isn't it? Is obviously the noise around Christian that's going on here, and there is an ongoing investigation that's all unfolding. But the point is that noise hasn't distracted the technical team, you know, and I think that could have been a very destabilizing factor. Absolutely. It's obviously come up recently, and most of the car has been designed and developed prior to all this getting public. But you would imagine before it became public, inside the team, there was probably things going on. It's impressive how Jonathan Wheatley and Tony Burrows, you know, who run the test team and the race team, they've just put everyone's heads down. You know, I saw there were some shots of Jonathan organizing all the mechanics together, going through their usual end-of-day meetings. You know, they're just carrying on business as usual. Whereas, you know, for the rest of the world, you know, Red Bull could have wheeled out Taylor Swift on the rear wing of the car, and still everyone was looking at Christian Horner last week, you know, and I think it was, so I think that for me is going to be, when we get to Bahrain, and we're all getting on our flights fairly soon to go, that's going to be a big thing this weekend, is how much of a distraction is it for the team as a whole?
I mean, I will actually come back to you on one point there.
Taylor Swift?
Yeah, Ted Kravitz would have only been looking at Taylor Swift.
Really?
He's a massive Swiftie.
Is he? Is he?
How do you not know this about Ted? He is a when the rumours came out about her with Fernando, I've never seen his eyes go so wide. That was
that is a big fact.
Joyous news.
Cannot wait to talk to him about that.
I can't believe you don't know that.
You mentioned Alonso, Natalie. This is what he said last week.
Okay.
19 drivers now believe they won't be world champion when talking about Max.
Including Sergio Perez.
Including Sergio Perez.
Crucially.
So yeah, that brings us on nicely to talk about Sergio as well. If you're one of the other 19 drivers in the paddock, how are you approaching this year, and how do you approach trying to race Max Verstappen?
It's a really interesting point, because I think that shift in mindset is actually crucial for Checo. He came into last year saying, I'm going for the World Championship. And then obviously the middle section of the season fell away from him. He was able to get a bit more momentum towards the end, which obviously secured his seat going forwards, which was great for him. But I'm thinking a bit like Valtteri with Lewis. When you change your approach, it changes the dynamic in the team, it kind of changes everything. And in a way, there is a calmness to that acceptance. And perhaps that's where Sergio has to be coming into 2024. Like, it can't be easy being Max Verstappen's teammate, can it? But if you're able to approach it slightly differently and just go for the best version of yourself, control the controllables, and try to maybe get a handful of wins and some very strong second finishes, so that you do bed in the constructors for your team, but also that number 2 spot for you. I mean, it can't be easy, because you tell me as a racer, you never want to accept coming second.
And honestly, looking back in history, I don't think any driver apart from Eddie Irvine has managed that. If I think of Rubens Barrichello, Giancarlo Fisichella, you think of David Coulthard against Mika Hakkinen and McLaren, you know, effectively they were all number 2 drivers. But in January, when they got to the new car, the new season, they all thought, this could be my year to be a challenger.
Well, look at Nico Rosberg.
Nico Rosberg.
He was able to go into that season saying, actually, maybe this will be my year. And it was.
Yeah, but
so stranger things can happen.
I think it's a bit different, because I think Nico was closer to Lewis than Checo's ever been to Max. So I think, you know, I think you look at Irvine's case, you know, in '96, he didn't do any testing. Literally, you know, he was just on the beach. Michael did all the testing, week in, week out. The only week Eddie got to test was when Michael was moving house, and they gave him a week off. But Eddie accepted that, listen, if I'm a number 2 at Ferrari, I might win some races and something will happen to the number 1 driver and I'll get get my day. And that's still better than being a number one driver in a midfield team and not winning any races. So I think it's a mentality shift that needs to happen. I think Natalie's hit the nail on the head. It's you have to accept. Listen, being number two to this guy, there's no shame in that. There really isn't. He's one of the greatest talents ever in the history of F1. But that's a really tough shift to make, is going into a season saying, at best, I'm going to be second.
It's almost like admitting defeat before anything started.
He is admitting defeat.
But actually, it could be the best thing for your career.
And his mental health, frankly.
Yes,
and
for the team.
Yeah.
And never throughout a driver's career up to the point of Formula One, where you're racing in junior formulas, where everyone's got the same machinery. That mentality is never going to be a thing, because you're always going to, you have to back yourself in equal machinery. Whereas with Formula One, not only is obviously you've got different teams, but also vastly different. You know, we know that Max really likes to drive it on the nose, and there's certain drivers who you'd be like, well, they could theoretically extract performance from a Red Bull, but then there's other drivers who like a bit more understeer. And also, like, Max and Checo are in very different stages of their careers. Like, there's a good, what is it, 6-7 years between them, I think, in terms of age. And, you know, it's almost like a, if Checo was the same age as Max, and in the same stage of his career with like years ahead of him to go, maybe it would be a bit different. Like, to accept that you're just going to have to be number two.
Yeah.
It's like, it's now or never. I mean, we saw Checo take that approach at Mexico last year, where it's like, I'm just going for it. I'm at the front. I'm going to go for this Hail Mary move into turn one. It'll either pay off or it will blow up. And almost that, you know, you could say that was a desperate move, but also he saw that opportunity to be at the front at his home Grand Prix, and it's like, you know, who knows when he'll get that opportunity again.
Look what happened.
Yeah. The tricky thing for him is he also got Daniel Ricciardo coming out of the Natalie Pinkham School of Positivity hanging around, and if he lets his chin drop too much, the team will have a think about that, because Daniel...
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, but Daniel, you know, this is a big year for him, because he had a great race in Mexico, the one you mentioned, against Yuki, but actually he was out-qualified by Yuki 4-3. We cut him some slack because it was disrupted with a broken hand, of course. So I think this is a big year for Daniel to come back. He's got to hammer Yuki, hasn't he? You know, I think Red Bull have been pretty open about the fact they don't see Yuki as a driver for the top team. So therefore, by definition of that, you'd have to say Daniel's got to hammer Yuki this year and then put himself in pole position for the top team. So a big year for him.
And crucially, I think if he did go back into the top team, he would have had that shift in mindset that he is prepared to play second fiddle to Max Verstappen, which he wasn't happy to do first time round.
Yeah, very interesting. All sorts of driver switches could be happening. We've got another question about that next in the mailbag later. So much to talk about.
He's never going to make that flight to Bahrain.
Right, let's talk about Ferrari, because my understanding, on the basis of testing for what I saw, was that it actually looked a pretty good test for Ferrari. And from looking at their weaknesses for the last couple of years, race pace, tyre degradation, were there signs, Karun, that in...
Signs, get it?
Signs, very good. Were there signs in testing that technically on the car, they might just have turned a corner?
Well, first of all, they seem to be attracting themselves to drain covers more than anyone else. I think they are better, but you would expect that. Are they a Red Bull beater? I don't think so. You know, if you look at Max did a race run, there was a 17-lap run he did on the final day, and he basically had no tyre deg. You know, he was, and to explain to people at home, you look at the trend from the early laps versus the later laps, and he was basically doing the same lap time, whereas most people would lose up to a second. Some people, you know, Oscar Piastri, for example, lost over a second. So that tells you that there's more in the tank with the Red Bull. I think the Ferrari is very good in slow speed corners. They seem to be able to rotate very well in the slow speed. They uniquely have the pull rod rear suspension, which is, I think they're the only one apart from Williams to have that. It's all to do with aero anyway, but if I look at the sector times, they were consistently very quick in the last sector, which is 2 slow-speed corners, basically. So I think they've got a lot of potential there. I think the battle between themselves and Mercedes is going to be close. They tend to run a bit lighter and go for slightly more headlines in pre-season testing than Mercedes. Mercedes tend to run a bit more conservative. So I would say it's nip and tuck between them and Mercedes for best of the rest behind Red Bull.
Tom, what are your thoughts on what the drivers have to do this year? Because very different prospects, aren't they? You've got Charles knowing he's going to stay, and we've gone 20 minutes without talking about Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari. Well done, everyone. But, you know, they're going in different directions, aren't they, at the end of the season? So how do they manage their different seasons?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Charles got his long-term deal. We know he's very much the future of that team. It's going to be, obviously, him and Lewis is going to be unreal when they're together. Carlos, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Like, when do they start to kind of close Carlos out of certain meetings and certain discussions around the car? Because we know that Carlos he outscored Charles in their first season together at Ferrari. You know, he got that win last year. We know that Carlos, like for me, going into, from last season, that was the perfect driver pairing. There was enough of a gap between them on pace that Charles typically had the edge over Carlos. And even when they got a little bit, you know, techie with each other, you know, at Monza, they did just keep it clean, So I think that, look, I think Charles is going to have an incredible season. I think Ferrari are looking very good in the same way that it's funny how Haas had the same issues as Ferrari, just at a different level. You know, they both qualify well and they both fall down relative in the races. But I think, you know, Fred's got that season, you know, he's got that season of experience at that team. And I think just Ferrari is such a, it's really hard to kind of throw your full weight of support behind Ferrari because they've just, so often they've come so close. You look at the Vettel era and how often like he was close to Hamilton but never quite got it done. But it feels like there's a second coming. For me, Ferrari, I'm quite confident they're going to be second best this year, team-wise. But, I mean, check how many out-qualified Leclerc 5 times last year in 22 races. So one lap pace isn't an issue.
And actually, I feel like that's where the emphasis was on this test, you know, shifting away from that single lap dominance to those longer race runs. I'm really interested in the dynamic between the two drivers. I always am. I'm fascinated by this idea that Charles has to really bed in and really assert himself now within the team because he knows that this 7-time world champion is going to be joining him. So it's almost like, you know, asserting himself to the extent that, you know, I am your number one, you can buy into me and believe in me. And then Carlos has got to really, well, he's put himself in the shop window, isn't he? And say, right, where next? Everyone's talking about Audi from 26 onwards, but what does he do for that holding year? So, yeah, it'd be brilliant to see, but I think my takeaway from testing was that they looked stable, they didn't look like they were making mistakes out there, so the car looked easier to drive, and there was a sense of sort of cautious optimism amongst the drivers and indeed Fred that this was going to be a better challenger for 24.
There's a fascinating dynamic between Leclerc and Ferrari at the moment, isn't it? Because they first handed him a vote of confidence saying, we're getting rid of one of you drivers. Guess what, Charles? You're staying, so, you know, good job, you've done a great job. And, oh, by the way, we don't think really you're going to be our #1 title contender. We're going to bring in the most successful bloke ever to be our #1. Yeah. And it's a bit of a slap in the face there. So they've sort of given one hand and taken away a lot with the other. So,
and you always feel that
dynamic there.
You feel that Charles was always kind of like teacher's pet with Fred, but now, oh, hang on a minute, Lewis and Fred have got even more history than you two have. So who's going to get on best with the boss?
But this is Ferrari, right? This is Ferrari. This is the team. This is the only team I think that could maybe make that work in some way, shape. Really? I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm going full delusion crew.
Explain.
So when Lewis was announced at Ferrari, I remember seeing all of the memes about like, oh, Ferrari going to like mess up his pit stops, and you know we are checking all this.
They released the wrong promo video with a slow pit stop.
That was great, right? But they were like third best. No, sorry, the DHL fastest lap thing that they cover over there is Red Bull. Then it was Ferrari. They were ahead of McLaren even over the course of the season. Operationally, I think Fred has really sorted out that team in terms of like them making those kind of mistakes, those strategic mistakes and pit stops. We didn't see anywhere near as much of that from Ferrari last year. This is why I'm saying it's hard to like throw your full support behind Ferrari because there's so much historical, but I think Fred is turning that ship around. I really do.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Big hopes for Ferrari, of course. Another team with big hopes, Mercedes. Big year for Mercedes. Obviously, Lewis Hamilton's last year. Karine, I wanted to ask you a question about a quote that I saw from Lewis Hamilton. Right, he said the car was much more enjoyable to drive. Now, as a racing driver, So my VW Polo, for example, lovely car to drive, right? But it's not quick. So what's the balance as a driver where you get a car and it's nice to drive, but in 2022, for example, they had a porpoising car bouncing up and down, and yet it still won them a race. So it's still quick. So what's the balance between a quick car and a nice car to drive?
You'd always lean towards a quick car, but I think they had this issue where it had plateaued, and anything they did to unlock more performance out of that concept made it more difficult to drive. And when that happens, it starts to sap driver confidence. The bouncing from the previous year was so bad, the drivers just couldn't get any confidence in the car, couldn't attack the corner entries. Last year, they had real instability issues. So I think they've had to really take a holistic view as a team, and that's where James Allison, I think, has come in. He's come in early enough. I think Toto did absolutely the right thing to make that switch early in the year so James could have an influence on this year's car and look at it from the big picture and go, right, why are we chasing performance in these areas? Let's understand that. And should we carry on, or should we chase performance in different areas? And ultimately, the drivers have come away from this test saying the car's much more drivable, they've got much more confidence, and that gives them a stable base to build on. Because that's what you're doing at this stage of the season. It's not... The car we have in Bahrain is not the car that we're going to have even in Silverstone, let alone Abu Dhabi, right? It evolves so much through the year. But if they can get a stable foundation that the drivers find is confidence-inspiring, and that the design office thinks, okay, we can keep going in this direction, add performance, add downforce, and every month add, 10 points of downforce or 6 points of downforce, whatever it is, just keep adding performance, then that will pay dividends. But if you've got a car that, and as a driver, honestly, you get so many cues from that first run you do. Really? There's so many times you get, even on a race weekend, you get in a car on a Friday, first run, you drive out of the pits and you go, it feels a bit of a dog.
That feels good.
And the lap times just come easy. Or you do a run and you go, that happened quite easy. And, I can do more. But in the first, if you start the weekends on a back foot, or if you start the season on the back foot, it is so tough to recover, because there are 9 other teams with unbelievably smart people working in that pit lane.
It's interesting, because I remember last year when Oscar got the upgrade before Silverstone, because Lando got it in Austria. And I remember Oscar saying, the car feels the same. It's just, instead of qualifying P13, I'm qualifying P3 and fighting Max in the first couple of corners. So I guess as well, but I imagine the drivability, when they say drivability, does that just mean the drivers can get more consistently close? Because I know a driver like Charles can and has been criticised for, too often making mistakes. And is that a product of a car that's too on? Because again, Ferrari, that was a big bit of feedback the drivers gave last year, is that car was, it was difficult.
It was on a knife edge.
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
Yeah, I think Ferrari's had a couple of issues last year. One, the operating window was very narrow. So there were certain circuits where the stars all aligned and the car was brilliant, but it was quite hard to get in that window. They were very wind sensitive, so circuits like Bahrain, like Silverstone, which you've got big crosswinds, they had a miserable time. Looking at the test last week, and I traded texts with some of the engineers, they've managed to just make it a bit more benign in terms of wind sensitivity, which I think will be very good for them across the year. And it means that it might have also opened up that operating window. So one of the issues Ferrari have got is the 2 drivers drive differently. And that is a problem. True. You've got Mercedes, where Lewis and George typically want the same thing from the car, same at McLaren. I mean, McLaren, frankly, there were times last year I watched it, and if you painted the 2 helmets black, you wouldn't know which driver was driving it. They drive in a very similar way. Whereas, as we've seen with Red Bull and with Ferrari, they have different requirements. So many times last year, one driver was happy and the other one was not, because they just couldn't get it in the right window. So if they can open up that window and get 2 happy drivers, straight away that will help the team as a collective.
Do you think Lewis and Charles...
They drive more similar. Essentially, Lewis and Charles are happier with a slightly edgier car, so the rear of the car moving around a bit more, whereas as soon as the rear of the car starts to move around a little bit, Carlos is less happy. So races like Singapore last year, where they had an inherently understeered balance, Japan, there were certain races where the balance just favoured one. You started to see bigger differences between, one way or the other. So I think that's the big thing for Ferrari, is to just widen the envelope that the car can work in.
Maybe Sainz and Checo is the perfect driver pairing at the right team, because then they can just build around that philosophy, the way them two drive.
It's a bit bizarre that's not considered more, almost, with driver pairings, but I guess it doesn't.
Well, it's just another factor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just another of the many factors of getting a good driver pairing.
And ultimately, the number one factor is how fast are those drivers.
Yeah, fair enough.
And they can sort the rest out.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about Lewis and George's season. And Lewis in particular, I thought at the beginning of the season when we got the Ferrari news, I was like, oh, this is really strange timing. Why has he done it now? But actually, now the dust has settled, I almost think it's really smart, because we're not going to talk about Lewis going to Ferrari every single race weekend.
Well, we might.
Do you think we are?
I can't see. I've been thinking about this.
Old assumption.
I mean, you yourself said we've gone 20 minutes because it's a miracle.
Yeah.
It's all that everyone's talking about. And I think we will talk about it throughout the year, particularly if, for example, Mercedes out-qualify and out-race the Ferrari. They've got, oh, have you made the right decision? What if this car is actually going to deliver that elusive 8th world title? I mean, I think that he's the biggest name in the sport with the most titles, and he's going to the most iconic team in Ferrari. I think we're going to be talking about this forevermore. What I am fascinated by, going back to those driver dynamics, is what George does now, because he's really got to blossom and grow into that number one role. And again, much like with Carlos at Ferrari, we're going to see Lewis just start to be edged out of those development discussions within the team. And what a hard thing to do when you've been either powered by or driven for Mercedes for 26 years. It's in his DNA, and a very strange situation for him to be in, to not be fully immersed in the team right the way until last race in Abu Dhabi. But it's going to happen. We've seen it before, but just not to the same extent.
Do you think as well with George that it makes a difference who the second driver is that comes in? If George asserts himself as a number one.
Absolutely, because if he asserts himself as number one, then I can see Kimi Antonelli coming in, because he's clearly a very naturally talented youngster. But if George doesn't, and he falters like we saw a couple of times in 23, then will they turn to a much more experienced Fernando Alonso, for example? Or you could go with more of a level playing field in an Alex Albon. I mean, for me, they're the three standout candidates, or indeed Sainz. I mean, that would actually make a lot of sense, just to do a swap for 2025, but then it depends if Sainz wants to move on to Audi for 26, or whether he could well stay at Mercedes.
I think the question to be answered is actually the one that Nats has asked, which is, what does establishing himself as a number one mean? What would actually entail him saying to the team, I am an established
beating
number one?
Lewis?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that is the question that we all need to be asking. Do we think George can beat Lewis across the season this year?
He's not been afraid to fight, has it?
No.
And as the team naturally start to favour him more, you might see that happen.
I don't think they will, though. I think of all the teams, I have to say, on the grid, I think Mercedes are the team that have never really favoured one driver over the other. Even with Lewis
even when
Bottas,
he's leaving, Lewis Hamilton's leaving,
I don't think so.
to go to your arch enemy.
I don't think they will. I genuinely don't think they will. Even those days where Lewis and Bottas were teammates, and Bottas had no chance of being a title contender ever, he still got the upgrades. They waited to bring two sets of upgrades. They never gave Lewis an upgrade before Bottas, because they wanted to have parity and create harmony. And I don't believe. I mean, I could. Listen, I could be proved wrong, and that's to be
cut to.
We'll cut to.
Only because he's leaving. Only because he's leaving and can take so much with him.
Yeah, but
in terms of knowledge and data, and
Yeah, but that's for next year. They won't tell him secrets about the 25 car, obviously, but they want to give him every opportunity to score as many points, win some races in 24. That is what they're thinking about.
The thing with Mercedes is a bit of a tough sell, that seat, if you're not going to give it to Kimi, because whoever comes in is surely going to be thinking, well, am I just a stopgap? Am I a long-term? So Sainz, for example, if you look at Mercedes versus the long-term Audi project, you can certainly make a case that if he wants a shot at fighting for a world championship, then the long-term play on jumping into Audi now versus taking a Mercedes seat that, you know, you could argue that part of the reason Lewis wasn't offered a longer contract at Mercedes is because they probably maybe were thinking ahead for Kimi Antonelli
Isn't that the case
coming
with
in.
all F1 seats, and it's about down to you as the driver?
Yeah, but Kim is that.
State your claim.
He's the, you know, what is it? Red Bull put Max in the Toro Rosso at 16 when he did that. Sorry, 17 when he did that first test at Japan, because they didn't want Mercedes to get him. And it's like there's so much hype around Kimi.
Yeah. But listen, the Sainz to Audi thing, everyone's gotten very excited because of his dad's link to Audi.
Of course.
And everyone just assumes he's going to Audi for 2026. I mean, but I just don't see why he wants to go there. And I don't think he wants to go there. I think he will think about going there further down the line towards the later part of his career. But Audi aren't going to win the World Championship in 26, 27, or probably 28. They're not. So, you know, for Sainz, this is the by the time he goes to Audi in, let's say, gets a championship contender in 2029, he's going to be 38 years old. This is the prime of his career. He cannot afford to waste it with a new startup team. He needs to be trying to do everything he can to get in that Mercedes seat.
If you're his manager, is that the one you'd be pushing?
I'd be on the phone to Toto every single day, sending him every possible metric and spreadsheet of why he is an equal to Leclerc. That is what I would be doing, is banging on the door to get into a top team.
I guess the only thing with the 26 engine shake-up, if Audi nail that, there's a huge if, right? But there's no guarantees, and the aero regulations are going to be an evolution, still ground effect, but we don't know exactly how that's going to look. I guess there's always the what if, you know, if Audi do.
Yeah, but I think...
Or Aston Martin or Honda.
But think of... Well, you could go... I think that's his other choice. I think if he doesn't get into a Mercedes for Sainz, I think you'd be trying to get into an Aston. But, you know, what is an Aston seat going to... What seat is going to be available in 26? If you believe Crofty, then Lance is off to play the ATP Tour. Right. But, you know, Fernando Alonso, you know, he looks like he could carry on driving into his 50s, you know, the motivation he's got.
I mean, there's always Aston Martin's World Endurance, you know, entrant for next year at 25.
For who?
Well, Aston Martin.
No, for
factory.
Lance, for Fernando, or
I mean,
Carlos?
I guess it could be for. I mean,
All
Felipe as well. Felipe chuck him in and all.
Let's talk about McLaren and where they stack up. Also, kind of in this best of the rest scenario, also with Aston Martin. Natalie, where do you see this? This seems to be between the two of them, maybe in that fourth, fifth kind of area.
Seem to be a bit quieter at this stage, but that's only based on the way they finished 2023. And, you know, we think from Austria onwards how this trajectory was pretty steep. I mean, it was hugely impressive. But then when you compare now to this time last year, and it was all doom and gloom, wasn't it? I mean, they were telling they'd gone totally the wrong direction, and they weren't just managing expectations. They were basically telling us to expect them to be disastrously bad. And they were in Bahrain this time last year, in the first race as well. 17th and 18th, were there or something?
Yeah.
I mean, it was awful. And then all the way through, and then suddenly Austria, things start to turn around. So I think we're only basing our reflections on testing because we have such high hopes for them, given what we know from the end of last year. I still think that they're going to be right up there. I think that Andrea Stella has done a fantastic job. I think they've got two exceptionally talented drivers. Zach Brown is just holding it all together. And they'll be putting themselves under a lot of pressure to do very well this year, and I think they will. And I'm even going to go as far as to say, as Lando's going to finally get that first win in Formula One in 2024. It might take quite a lot to go wrong for Max and Red Bull, and, you know, all the variables that we've talked about already, but I think it's going to happen. I think there's going to be a handful of podiums in there for both of them.
Karine, Lando was asked this week, or last week, sorry, at testing, if he had any regrets about signing that contract extension with McLaren. He said he doesn't. Do you think, I mean, obviously he must have known where McLaren are and where they are stacking up, but maybe the Lewis news has kind of kicked open the driver market.
He's not going to admit if he regrets it.
He's definitely not going to admit it, is he? But yeah, what do you think Lando's feeling at the moment? He's always quite downbeat, isn't he, pre-season? But
he's always quite downbeat all the time for some reason. He keeps playing it down. Oh, we're not very good. Oh, we're going to be rubbish. Oh, we're going to be terrible. He does that a lot. which is a little bit surprising. But maybe, I don't know why he does that.
Psychology to manage his own expectations.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
He's very self-critical as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, being self-critical is one thing, but I think being genuinely downbeat of, we're going to be terrible this week, he does that a lot, especially after a Friday. But listen, I think, we've been saying it for many years, or certainly I've been saying it for many years, is I always think drivers need to have options, especially when there's fluidity in the market. And I must admit, I didn't think Lewis would be going to Ferrari. I thought he was, when he signed that last deal at Mercedes, that's where he was. But I still thought people like Lando, who is probably the top driver on the market outside of the world champions, Lewis, Fernando, Max, you want to have options for the day that Fernando or Lewis retired. That's what I thought was going to happen. I didn't expect the change. So maybe he has got options. I think the one lesson we've all learned out of Lewis's contract announcement from August 31st, 2023 is, guess what? There are options built in, and maybe Lando has got those to go. So watch his space. Listen, he believed in the McLaren project. Zach has sort of mentored him ever since he was a young driver in junior Formula. So they're very sort of joined at the hip in many ways. I think we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't think they're as good as Mercedes or Ferrari at this stage. But I think what, for listeners tuning into this weekend's Grand Prix, to think about is, I don't think Bahrain is a track that suits them. Slightly ironical, given the fact that they're majority owned by the Bahrainis, but it's a track that doesn't really suit them. I think the high tyre deck and the abrasive surface doesn't suit them. They will be better, I think, in Saudi and Melbourne, the next two tracks.
Suzuka's towards the start of the season as well, high-speed corners.
Yep.
But just on the loyalty thing, I think there's a lot to be said for sticking with the team, because I think teams go in ebbs and flows in terms of performance, and actually Lando's sticking with something that he knows. He's grown into this car over a period of time. He's not jumping into it like Daniel did and struggled, because that's all he knew. It's a difficult car to drive. Carlos was like, this is a tough car to drive. That's all Lando's known, and therefore, he's grown into it, and, that first win. Heard it here first?
It's going to happen. You look at the relative, last season, so you had, in terms of the second best team, because Red Bull were the best team over the course of the whole year last year, whether it was, slow speed, apart from Singapore. That was the one track where that was their Achilles heel. Aston were second quickest at the start of the year. Then you McLaren, once they got that upgrade, middle of the season, Ferrari, particularly with Charles at the end, and then Mercedes were just kind of randomly around, they would go quickest. So the gap between those four teams, the margins are so fine at the moment. I think the drivers are the ones making the difference within that battle. You're seeing how well, Fernando did relative to Lance. You're seeing how well that Lando ultimately did massively outscore Oscar. And I think Oscar and George particularly, they really have to work on that race, because they both, by their teammates, Lewis was quite comfortably clear of George in terms of points, because in the race he could just, even in Singapore when Lewis was right on the back of George, he closed that gap to George. If anything, if he was ahead of George, that could have maybe gone a bit differently, because he seemed to have a bit more pace in the race. Lando typically has more pace in the race than Oscar, so they both need to work on that. But I think the relative gaps, those four teams, it's so marginal at the moment. The one option would have obviously been Red Bull. We know Christian's been flirting with Lando a lot over the last few years. Helmut is always very complimentary of Lando. They'd love that option on him. Maybe as a long-term, who knows how long Max will stick around. Maybe he'll get bored after 28. That's when his contract's to, when he's talked openly about wanting to race in different disciplines. So maybe that's more of a long-term aim for Red Bull. But I think, where he is now, I don't think he'll have any regrets.
Oscar was horrendously impressive last year. The highs of his season, the win in Qatar, the qualifying lap in Suzuka, the highs were as high as we've seen from a Lewis or a Max, really, in their debuts. But there were some lows. Certainly the race pace, places like Brazil, places like Abu Dhabi, where he just went backwards. Mexico was another one. Lando had a terrible qualifying, made that mistake, started at the back, and drove what I think is probably one of the drives off the season to come through and finish in the top five, or I think it was fifth or sixth, but ahead of Oscar. So clearly there was an Achilles heel with Oscar last year in terms of race pace. He and the team put it down to him being a rookie. which is fair enough. I think it is very hard to manage with the Pirelli tyres, but he won't have that runway this year. You know, he won't have that excuse of being a rookie this year. So
and he is a quick learner. I mean, it'd be so interesting to see what lessons he did take from 23 into 24. Has he been able to iron those out? Were they flaws in his driving style, or, as Karun suggests, a rookie mistake that he's going to learn from very quickly?
Yeah, one of the most impressive rookie seasons, wasn't it, for many, many years. Right, let's have a quick word on Aston, and then we're going to get into our mailbag section with questions from people at home. Natalie, Aston Martin, you're excited?
Natalie. I just always panic slightly when you say Natalie.
Sorry.
Because it's
Nat?
like, only my mum. Actually, even my mum doesn't call me Natalie.
Just Matt from the podcast.
I think Aston, look, obviously, the beginning of last year was phenomenal, wasn't it? And it was brilliant for the sport that they just came into 23 in such style. 6 podiums in the first 8 races for Fernando Alonso. It was fairy tale stuff. And then when you consider, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Only a year ago when Paul Lance had that terrible accident, and he still fought through in superhuman effort to race in the car. I mean, it was, it was Hollywood stuff. So I think, again, they're a bit under the radar this time round, but actually they looked pretty good. And you talk to Fernando, and he says that he feels better in the car than he did at the beginning of last year. Okay, the cars are all faster in Bahrain this time out than they were a year ago, but he feels better in the car, therefore it's more stable. Do you remember that weird little thing they had in the middle of the year when we're like, oh, they've gone down the wrong direction and they can't reverse back out? It feels like that's a thing of the past now. I'm actually quietly confident about Aston Martin, but again, the differences between the top 4 are so slight. But it's great. Look, we know Red Bull are right out in front. For me, the fascinating battle is just behind them, tucked in for 2nd through to 5th.
Yeah, best of the rest. Right. I promised mailbag, so we have to do the mailbag. Thank you for your questions at home. There were some brilliant ones. We've addressed a few of them already, but I think there's value in still going back on some. So Patrick on Instagram, first question: are Alpine in as much trouble as some are saying? Who wants to take this?
Alpine. Oh, Alpine. It's that team, that Enstone-based team has, like, you look at what they did in 2005 and 6 with Fernando. It's so frustrating. There's so many false storms, like you were saying, Karun. They were 4th. They were battling with McLaren in the not too recent past, and all of a sudden now it's, again, they've got their own power unit and they're the only ones running it. So it is quite difficult to get a relative, because everyone else has there's 2 cars with the same power unit. The thing is that 26 is an opportunity for them if their power unit is 10, 20 horsepower down, whatever that figure might be. They've got a really good driver lineup. I think as individual talent-wise, I think in Ocon and Gasly as well. But they're at risk of, if they're down in, Otmar got, he got let go when they were, around 5th, 6th, and if it continues to decay, it's hard to see how they turn that around in the short term. I think it's just going to be 2 years of pain until 26, and they really have to, because they're a manufacturer. Renault, the Renault group's huge, and it's like, what's the excuse?
Well, the Renault Nissan Mitsubishi Alliance is the 3rd largest car manufacturer on the planet by volume. So finishing 6th or below is not a result befitting of a manufacturer of that size. They should be in here competing with the other manufacturers, i.e. Mercedes and Honda, Aston Martin, people like that. So I think they are in trouble, is the short answer. Just looking at some of the body language and comments from the drivers, they weren't particularly complimentary about the power unit. There's rumours about the car being overweight. There was no point at testing where you saw a sort of standout lap or a standout race run where you thought, ooh, they're going to be in the mix. So it does look like, if anything, they've dropped off further from that group from 2nd to 5th that you were mentioning, instead of getting closer, which is what their ambition. They need to be in that mix. You think back that COVID year when Daniel was qualifying superbly, and he got those podiums in Nürburgring and somewhere else, wasn't it? He got 2 podiums.
was flying.
Yeah, the car was flying, and he qualified in the top 5, and that's what they should be doing. If they can't win, and I get it, they may not have the budget or the resources of a Red Bull or a Mercedes or Ferrari, fine, but you should at least be 4th. And I think that's where the expectations of Luca De Meo, the boss of the group, and the board will be. There was a really telling scene. I don't know how many of you have seen the Netflix show so far. There was a really telling scene.
Generally, have you heard that Netflix show?
Have you? Surviving to Drive or something. In that first episode, I think, of Aston Martin, there was a shot where they cut to the pit wall at Alpine. And Otmar Safnauer and Alan Permane are there, both of whom aren't with the team anymore, by the way. And they go, how on earth have Alpine done that? Has Aston done that? Yeah. And the other one goes, well, they've just taken a whole load of people from Red Bull. Well, that's what we need to do. And it's like, yeah, actually, but you can have all the tools in the world, but actually it's a people sport. Yeah. It's a people and brain power business.
But instead of that, Alpine have gone through 4 team principals in 4 years.
Like a football club,
Unbeatable, Bukowski, Safnauer, Fama.
Yeah.
Come on.
So I'm just going to say this, though. 10 months, 5 continents, 24 races, 3 triple headers, 5 double headers. This is a really long season, and we've only had testing. And we've seen it before. We've seen it with McLaren. I mean, we wrote them off this time last year, and look how they ended the season. So don't give up hope.
Don't give up hope, Alpine
Here we have
fans.
it, the Natalie Pinkham School of Positivity, as I mentioned before.
The next question then might link into your school of positivity. Ryan wants to know, will Lewis win any races this year?
Yes! Final answer.
I think so.
No. Sorry, I'll bring in the Lambo.
You're going to detention.
Glass half empty
You're going to
vibes.
detention in school.
I've got to do something different, right? No, I don't think Mercedes are going to be...
You don't think Mercedes will win? Because obviously last season was their only winless season since, what, 2011, I want to say? So you think that's going to continue?
I think Ferrari, Ferrari, McLaren, Aston Martin, it's 2, and Red Bull, I think there's...
We were getting on so well. You're such a chirpy little character, like enjoying your energy, and now you've just gone... You've gone... Come
He's
on.
clearly a Ferrari superfan. Do you think Ferrari will win the race?
Yes.
Linked to Ferrari.
I agree.
I would bet on Mercedes winning over Ferrari.
Okay.
I would bet on Mercedes finishing ahead of Ferrari this year.
It's be fun to reflect on in 10 months' time.
Great question, Ryan. Really set the cat amongst the pigeons. James wants to know, is Bono off to Ferrari?
Well, I mean,
Bono,
it would make
Lewis's
sense.
race engineer, will he also go?
It's much like a football manager leaving. You take your backroom staff with you. If they know how you tick and vice versa, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it's not like a football manager. It's like the star player leaving. I think the football manager leaving is like when Ross Brawn took Rory Byrne and Nigel Stepney took a whole bunch of people to Ferrari. It is a little bit, I suppose Michael went first, but it is a bit different, I think.
But I think that's your comfort zone as a driver. I think you have this little bubble, you travel around the world, and it's hard work. You want to know and trust
don't get me wrong.
those around you.
No, don't get me wrong. I think Lewis would like him to come.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
But I think
So whose decision is it?
Ferrari's. But I think Ferrari, if you have to look at what... they sent a screen grab of their sort of senior engineering figures in the team. And I found it really interesting, actually, because I reflected back on something Mattia Binotto was saying when he took over the team as TP, saying how he wanted to build an Italian Ferrari. He didn't want to do this thing where you just bring in a whole load of people from other places. He wants to build an Italian team and go down to those sort of core nationalistic pride, really. And he's done that, actually. If you look at the engineering room, you have Fred Vasseur is a Frenchman at the top. You've got Charles Leclerc's driver coach, Jacques Clear from England, and you've got Xavi Marcos, the race engineer, Spanish. But everyone else is actually Italian, apart from, I think, the chief strategist. So they built that sort of team, and they're trying to do it in this Ferrari Italian way.
I think that is a romantic notion, which is all well and good, but I don't think it necessarily reaps rewards. And actually, think about Lewis going there, unable to speak the language fluently. You're going to want your comfort blanket of your race engineer alongside you. So give him that.
to be based in Maranello?
Yes,
for that
100%.
job?
Well, you speak to Rob Smedley, people like that, they have to go. You have to live out there.
That's the tricky part, right? If it was another team in Motorsport Valley, then you've just got an extra 30-minute commute, but he would have to up. You know, I'm sure he's got his family. That's another factor. I know that with Sauber, they're Himmel based. That's been a bit of a. I've read plenty of articles talking about how that's a bit of a limitation for that team to get the talent to go to that location.
Having said all that, I would love to see Bono go to Ferrari.
Oh, of course.
I think I would. I think they'd make a nice little super team.
Yeah.
And I think actually, that's what I was trying to get at. Is I think it depends on the philosophy change. Now, Binotto spent all these years recruiting all these Italians into the senior engineering and build that team. That doesn't mean that's Fred's vision. And Fred might go out there and say, actually, what we need to do is nick these people from Red Bull and Mercedes and Motorsport Valley.
Back to your earlier point, bring in the best brains and the best people, and actually take some of the emotion out of it. Some of the best leaders are when they have that sense of detachment from the overwhelming emotion and passion of leading a team like Ferrari.
Especially Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you were Lewis, you're going into a non-British team for the first time in your career, you'd want to have the comfort blanket of having Bono by your side. I also think, if I was him, I'd be on the phone to Newey or Pierre Vacher or any of the senior aerodynamicists at Red Bull going, right, do you want to come and join this Ferrari project? I mean, what a legacy, right? If you could be part of the team that gave Ferrari their first championship since 2008.
I think
or driver's title since 2007.
I think you'll win a race next year. Just not this year. Not in Mercedes.
Yeah, but winning a race is different than winning a championship. I do think they need a. If you're bringing Lewis, for him to guarantee that legacy, just make those phone calls. Bring as many top people as you can.
The thing is, one more thing I want to say on Lewis is that. I remember a segment Sky did. Martin was sat with Lewis and he was talking about how a lot of people see Lewis and he's wears his heart on his sleeve, and you can be seen to be like complaining a lot on the radio. And he was talking in that segment, he was like, that's just how I am. But like Bono understands that. And I think he would be, versus a driver like Daniel Ricciardo, who on the radio, he's just ice cool. Like, he's just like, he's so level, which is quite different to his like, quite outgoing personality, but on the radio he's very level. He doesn't have those peaks in emotion. Lewis does, and I think having Bono with him would be super, like almost extra helpful compared to maybe some other drivers.
A little buffer between.
Yeah, but it's like Max and GP. It works. So don't break up a healthy, strong marriage.
Very good. Final question that we've got time for: will there be any mid-season driver swaps?
Oh.
If you could put one. Perez and Ricciardo?
I mean, it's the one that we're all thinking of.
Yeah. If there was going to be one, maybe if you were going to predict it, but...
I mean, of all the teams and organisations, I should say, because there are two teams on the grid, they're the ones who aren't opposed to doing swaps during the season, isn't it? They're the ones who are... And they've got a pool of drivers to pick from. You'd have to say there's 5 of them, and I include Lawson as in that pool. You'd have to say Max is not going anywhere. So those other 4, if we could say Yuki's probably not going anywhere, there's that pool of 3 of them where there could be a bit of shuffling. I don't think they'd put Lawson in the big team. It's too early. He needs to earn his stripes. So by process of elimination,
I guess, which drivers are the biggest candidates to come into a team? Because again, Lawson would obviously be one. I'm talking from like outside of the 20 drivers we have on the grid right now. Just thinking like who would be, I know obviously Haas are going to do like 6 FP1s with Behrman, but that's more of a long term.
I don't feel there's anyone right now that there was a sense of injustice that they're not in the sport this year. Lawson's the only one that obviously really hit the ground running brilliantly, and there was no more that he could have done. Yeah. I mean, actually, it was out of his hands, wasn't it? He did.
If you see his drive to survive
everything.
Episode, he's not happy about being left out.
No, because I think he was brilliant. He was brilliant, but I just don't think it was an option for them at that time to take him. So aside from Lawson, I think there's lots of up-and-coming talent who may be in a couple of years' time. But I think, actually, one of the great things, and we touched on it earlier, is the stability of the grid, that we've got the same...
Yeah.
But, have we been surprised before? Things happen,
To see Alex Palou come in, I want to give him a little shout. I know he really wants to get into F1. all this movement with Andretti and McLaren and all that, is he wants to try and choreograph a way into Formula One.
But he needs to, sort of sort out his thought process, I think, because he did manage to colossally make a mess of his contractual saga and upset everybody.
He's got 2 titles, and
I think he's a great driver.
He's done FP1 for McLaren as well.
No, he's a good driver. I don't like the fact that the F2 champion for the last 2 years hasn't graduated to F1. I don't like the fact Oscar had to wait a year when he's clearly an unbelievable talent. We have got a logjam. And some of it is because we haven't got enough cars on the grid. Segueing back to Andretti's saga.
If Teo performs well in Super Formula, and then maybe Bottas and Joe aren't quite bringing, maybe there's a way in for Teo.
I suppose also, though, it depends on the talent pool within F2. If you've got 5 or 6 drivers who are really pushing hard and one rises to the top, they absolutely deserve that. But if it's actually not that competitive a fight, do they deserve to be elevated? Again, it feels like the relegation promotion element that you get in other sports, that there does need to be fluidity within the sport.
Yeah, exactly. And you look at Felipe Drugovich, he's going to feel hard done by, isn't he? He won the championship in a year where Logan Sargent finished 4th.
Yep.
And Logan's getting a second season at Williams. Felipe is on the sidelines for the second season. So if you were him, you'd be feeling a bit aggrieved with life. But that is Formula One.
I think the F2 field is crazy. Like the caliber, you've got Rotoma Miata in there as well, who Super Formula champion and Super GT champion. You've got Colapinto, who's F3 champion, and Zach O'Sullivan, who they're both Williams Academy drivers. Obviously Kimi and Ollie Behrman. Like you've got Victor Martin, who's beat Ollie Behrman both the last 2 seasons.
I know, but I'm still interested
Jack
in
Doohan.
they can make that leap up.
Jack Doohan's an interesting one, I think.
He's not doing F2 again, is he?
No, he's all in on Alpine reserve because he wants to try and get himself a seat. Maybe if one of the Alpine drivers decides that it's not for them, he could slot in.
It's almost like we need another team, isn't it? That's a whole other podcast. That is a whole other podcast.
Don't get us started.
Yes, don't get us started. Right, just time to tell you about when we're on air this week. So we're going to be live on Wednesday in Bahrain for our drivers' press conference show and a special F1 show previewing the season. Then it's into the track action just before lunchtime on Thursday with practice, and then building up to qualifying on Friday at 4 p.m. with the race on Saturday at 3 p.m.
Saturday.
Let's just be super clear about that. Both Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are happening on Saturday. And then we're into normal Sunday races. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
You're off to Bahrain tomorrow.
I am. Have you packed all your hair products? We know that's the most important thing in the Matt Baker suitcase.
Actually, Dan, one of our cameramen, has already used some of the hair products this morning. So, yeah, everyone's...
And he's looking great.
And he's looking great.
You'll have to take my word for it.
Natalie, watching from home?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can't wait. I cannot wait for the season to get started.
Yeah. Tommy, where are you going to watch it?
I wish I was going Bahrain, but I'll be in Essex, so it's basically the same thing.
Basically the same, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Much appreciated. We're going to be back on Monday, not Tuesday, Monday, because it's a Saturday race. So we're going to be back with the podcast then. Hope you can join us. Bye for now.
This podcast is supported by advertising outside the UK.
Support for this podcast comes from Wise, the account that helps you manage your money all around the world. Dining in dollars, doing business in baht. Wherever life takes you, the Wise account helps you send, spend, and receive in different currencies fast. It's the easy way to connect all your finances internationally without any hidden fees or exchange rate markups. Min fees, max ease, full speed. Join 16 million customers and learn how the Wise account could work for you by downloading the app or visiting wise.com/podcast.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
The Football Daily Podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
He's given us a reason to believe that we are getting back to where we want to be.
It's almost like he is one of us. I can't explain how much I love him.
He's full of energy, he's full of excitement, he's full of intensity as well on the touchline.
What he's done is nothing short of a miracle for Arsenal Football Club.
In the end, they fell short, but after years of mediocrity, Mikel Arteta has turned Arsenal back into contenders. With the youngest squad in the Premier League this season, they pushed Manchester City in the title race, landing Champions League football for the first time since 2016. And when you talk to the supporters surrounding me here at an Arsenal game, they're full of praise for the Spaniard in the dugout.
Every sort of cheer, chant that we have, he lives it, he breathes it. We see what it means to him. You know, he comes across as a very serious, sort of sincere person in his press conferences, but when you see him out and about with the players, training ground, on the touchline, he feels it. And as an ex-player, he understands what it means to be Arsenal. So when you see him on the touchline, you feel a sense of pride, you feel a sense of excitement, and we're just so excited to see where it kind of ends up with him.
The atmosphere at the Emirates Stadium now, I would say, is second to none. It's been exceedingly good. The fans are behind him, and it's more that the players and the manager are bonding with the fan. It's almost like a new relationship beginning again. It's like that, you know, we're all in love with each other, you know.
He has a great sense of value. He demands respect. I love his psychology. I love that he wants to look at things from everybody else's point of view, to try to get the best out of everybody.
Before taking charge of Arsenal, Arteta had never been a head coach before. But now, after some turbulent seasons and at the age of just 41, he's mixing it with the top managers in the game. So how did he transition so quickly from midfielder to management? What were the key steps on his journey into coaching? And what makes him stand out from others who have tried and failed at Europe's top clubs? My name's John Bennett, and this is Arteta, the making of Mikel. Coming up, we'll meet the Premier League star who shared a bunk bed with Arteta at Barcelona's world-famous academy.
We were sharing same dreams, same nightmares, same fears. We were all together supporting each other because we were, at that time, brothers.
We'll go back to where it all began for Arteta, a small youth club next to a hair salon, which has quietly become an amazing La Liga talent factory.
He was not like other kids who got distracted, talked to each other, joked around. Instead, he was very attentive. And when he came on the field, he played brilliantly because he had so much quality.
We'll speak to former teammates at Rangers, Everton and Arsenal on the defining moments in his career.
Take that responsibility on that young age in such an important game and moment of that decisive title race against Celtic. Yeah, it was impressive.
And we find out why the Welsh city of Newport played a part in his success.
He's the most educated person we've had, probably comes through the doors here on any of our courses. I just think it's that level of curiosity and that level of kind of innovation, the way that he thought about things.
But first, I'm outside one of the most famous stadiums in the world, the Camp Nou, home of Barcelona, because perhaps above all else, this may have been the most influential place in Mikel Arteta's football journey. Not the iconic arena, but a small building just outside. If you've been here to watch a game, you may have walked past without noticing it. It's La Masia, which literally translates as the farmhouse, and that's exactly what it looks like. It's a fairly small Catalan farmhouse with a tiled, angled roof, now surrounded by fencing because it's not used anymore. The modern La Masia Academy is over at the club's state-of-the-art training ground, about 20 minutes drive away. But over the past decades, it has been home to some of the biggest and best talents in world football, the likes of Lionel Messi, Pep Guardiola, Andres Iniesta, and many, many more. When they were youngsters, they all slept in the dorm rooms inside that farmhouse building in the shadow of Camp Nou.
This is a monument, not just for itself, because it has a lot of history, but also for what Barcelona has achieved, because everything was born here.
Ernest Macia, sports reporter from Radio Catalunya.
In fact, it was Johan Cruyff, one of the persons who by late 70s made the proposal to the president, Josep Lluís Núñez, at the time, that this should be a place for homegrown players. And President Núñez, in the 80s, he adapted these facilities to allow young players to sleep here, to eat here, to receive the talks from the coaches in here, and then to go to the training grounds.
And the teams have walked out and are standing now, and we see another mosaic again all around the ground, the red and the blue.
And they open their curtains in the morning and the first thing they see is the home of Barcelona, the stadium, Camp Nou. I mean, to have that right next to them is something really special, to have that so close to the place where they dream about playing one day.
Yeah, we can say that they could barely touch their dream And well, it helped these guys focus a lot on what their objective was. Most of them wouldn't achieve it, but some of them, yes. And yes, this is an iconic place.
Arteta arrived here at La Masia in his mid-teens. It's a long way from his home in San Sebastian in the north of Spain. He was rubbing shoulders with young players who would soon become household names. In fact, he shared a bunk bed with a goalkeeper who'd go on to play for Liverpool and win a World Cup. Spain international Pepe Reina.
We were teammates and then we were roommates. He arrived 1 year later than I did. I was there and I was already settled. And for us to help them, the new ones, to settle down and be right, it was, kind of our job. So that's why being a teammate at that time, it was very important living in the same place. So I tried to help him from the beginning because he deserved. He's an open heart man for everything he does and a great human being.
And it wasn't just the same dorm room, was it? It was bunk beds. You on top?
If I'm not wrong, he will remember it worse than I do. I was the one snoring, let's say, and being honest. But because of we were up and down, the people, during the night, they were upset, obviously, for the noise of my snoring. So they started to throw, shin pads, shoes, flip-flops. Everything was right. But mean that we were sharing the same bed, many of them articles, finished in the Mikkel's bed. So the sharing of that bed cost him many sleepless nights and almost our relationship. But it was fun. There were plenty of funny moments, and La Masia is that, is that brotherhood and all that togetherness. We were sharing same dreams, same nightmares, same fears, and we were all together supporting each other because we were at that time brothers.
Yeah, you both come from a long way, haven't you? You come from Madrid, he'd come from San Sebastian. You've been there a year longer, but there was homesickness, wasn't there? I guess in that way you both support each other.
We were 13, 14, 15-year-old kids, and we missed our families. We missed our brothers, sisters, our parents. I remember reading letters from home at that time. So, and there were tears. There were, people crying, and it was tough moments. It was not only funny moments and football moments. You need to be supportive with your brothers at that time, and Mikkel and I were like that.
Is that where you build your resilience that you've both used in your careers? Going through those tough moments, you're competing against each other as well from those La Masia times. Is that where you got the resilience?
Probably it's a character you learn there. That resilience, that strong mentality, that determination to get your trophy or your goals. It's something that you need to develop in La Masia because a natural selection. It's as simple as that.
La Masia is where Pepe Reina and Mikel Arteta learnt their trade as footballers, but could this place also have been where he picked up the principles which are now serving him so well as a head coach? Just next door to La Masia and Camp Nou is the huge Hotel Sofia. I'm heading there now to meet a man who had a pretty impressive job title during some of his time working behind the scenes at Barcelona, Head of Methodology. It's Paco Cerullo, who is known as a master teacher of physical preparation. He was a fitness coach under Pep Guardiola and was described by the now Manchester City head coach as the best physical trainer I've ever worked with. In fact, it was Guardiola's mentor, the great Johan Cruyff, who promoted him to become physical trainer of the club's first team in 1994. And up until leaving Barcelona last year, he was at the heart of their identity and their success.
Pero de Mikel recuerdo.
I remember Mikel's time at Barça B. I was a fitness coach. His coach, Quique Costas, was with him for 2 years. Later, he was promoted to the first team, where he didn't play much. I took many training sessions with Mikel. He was small and slim but skillful. He understood the game very well. The relationship he established with his teammates in the game was always very mature. He wasn't the most athletic player and he wasn't a certain starter because he was competed with some very good players in midfield, but he held his own. When he played, especially in the second year, the team played more in Barca style. Then he went to the first team and we met each other less often. I have great memories of the time we met. He liked to train a lot. He had a lot of respect for his teammates and the coaching staff. He was very nice and extremely polite.
Barcelona inevitably in possession. Busquets backheels it to Iniesta, taken up by Messi, Xavi.
La Masia has produced so many great players, and many of those great players are now becoming coaches like Mikel Arteta. Is it because you don't only teach a different way of playing, but also a different way of thinking about the game? Do players who come out of La Masia become more creative in the way they think tactically about football and more innovative, perhaps?
La esencia del juego del Barça.
The philosophy is that you help your teammate do what they are capable of doing well. This means leaving your ego at the door as you put your teammate above yourself. And that comes with a cost. Some players did not accept it and did not succeed at grassroots level. Others understood that it wasn't about sacrificing yourself, but it was about tailoring your game to the needs of your teammate. This is what Arteta and Guardiola used to do. When the player received the ball, he said thank you because it had arrived exactly as they wanted it. Some players accepted it, some found it difficult. This meant that some players who were perfectly suited to other clubs were not right for Barca. This is the essence of La Masia. Your teammate comes first. And that's very difficult in a game where personal glory is so important to so many players. Arteta was one of those players who appeared when needed and did what was needed for the team. Arteta, like Pep, was unselfish and played for others. His essence was to work for the team and help others to thrive. And this is what he does now with his players. He trains them so that their only priority is to collaborate with their teammates. Arteta tries to create an environment where creativity can thrive.
Prácticas particulares que aporten cosas al juego, etcétera. Supongo que será así.
So Mikel Arteta was schooled in the Barcelona ideology at La Masia. But according to Pepe Reina, many of the raw materials of a future coach were already there.
He was born as a manager, I think. He's intelligent on the pitch, he's been demonstrated off the pitch also. But I think the education in Barcelona as a player, and especially in his position, it's particularly strong. So it was only normal that those players in those positions, they know more football than others. It's as simple as that.
Could you always see that you go into management when he was young?
It was the personality of that, and also because he was lucky enough to finish his footballing career and then have a little master with Pep for 3 years. That's an unbelievable starting point to say something. It's like when somebody graduates in the university and then does the master in Harvard to do the specialty of coaching. It was his lucky and deserving so, because you knew Mikel when already was finishing his career as a football player, that he was already a manager. So that's why he deserved and he got the opportunity to start with Guardiola for 3 years.
And finally, are you thinking you might follow Mikel Arteta into coaching yourself?
I will need to learn from him. I will visit him, but yeah, it is the way I will start. The managing area is kicking in my head from 2 or 3 years ago. Nowadays, I think more as a coach than almost as a player. So you need to prepare yourself mentally, but also, get your license and be prepared. Be clever with who you study and who you choose as a mentor. But Mikel is strongly up there with one of my favorites, and I will learn, if I can, from his manager abilities because, you know, he's going to be one of the greatest.
I could see you in a management team together from the bunk bed to the technical area.
It could be. If he wants, I'm available probably in 2-3 years. So it's a strong situation there. You know, to be together in bumping beds with 40 years of difference, more or less, is gonna be interesting.
But of course, La Masia isn't where Mikel Arteta started playing football. It all began here, perhaps on this famous beach where I'm standing now. And if I look behind me, I can see the apartment block where he grew up. I've travelled from Barcelona 500 kilometres north to San Sebastian in the Basque country. This beautiful seaside city is where Arteta was born and raised and where he joined his first football club. So a stone's throw from the beach and from the town centre. Here we are, where Mikel Arteta's football journey started, and not just his football journey as well. An incredible number of footballers have come through this club. Antiguaco, the name of the club crest as well, blue and white, is above this brown door. Let's knock and meet one of Mikel Arteta's first coaches. Roberto. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for the invite. Wow. The first thing that greets you here is a number of shirts on the wall, and these are all shirts of players who have come through this club. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's about 20 shirts, and there's a shrine to Xabi Alonso with a number of Liverpool shirts. Xabi Alonso lifting the Champions League trophy, and a bit further on, a shrine to Mikel Arteta, some Arsenal shirts, some boots from his time at Everton. Roberto, let's sit down and have a chat about Mikel Arteta's time here at the club.
The first time I met Mikel, it was when he was 8 or 9 years old. We played some tournaments in France. When he was really young, he didn't stand out in height or strength, but his quality was head and shoulders above the others. He had a lot of talent. Of all the players I've seen, he was the one with the most quality. I've seen many excellent prospects: Anthony Raola, Xabi Alonso, Mikel Alonso, Aris Aduriz, etc. But he was a midfielder who had something special. He didn't seem very strong, but he had an incredible flair, even if he was small. We played many tournaments with him and Xabi Alonso in the same team. The three of us used to go to France to play in competitions, and it was superb. There was a very good team and players.
Strong run forward here for Arsenal, turns it back to Arteta, great chance, and he scores! Mikel Arteta!
I was born with a big heart issue that they could not resolve till I was 2 years old because I was too little, and they had to open my heart and go through it, and it was one of the first surgeries that it was done in that way in Spain. So we didn't know how it was going to end up. I was a really lively kid. Doctor was telling my father and mother that he needs to calm down. He's not going to be able to do much exercise with that problem. And slowly I managed to go through every possible stage. I was safe, I was feeling good, and I managed to be a professional footballer.
He had some heart issues as a child. He had to have a major operation on his heart. Did you know about that when he came to the club? Was that something that was known?
Yes, I knew that he had had a heart operation. I found it out because his father told us about it. In his school years, before joining our club, he was already playing football on the beach in Guipúzcoa. And in those games, he battled hard as his life depended on it. He was born a winner. He ran so hard that he would end up exhausted every day. When he arrived here at the club, he felt less alone. Players passed the ball to his feet, and he started really enjoying the experience of playing football. His father had told us that he had had a heart operation, that he had a scar. However, it never affected his sporting life at all. He has never complained or had any issues with his heart. Everything was fine.
You've had some amazing players in the past at this club. You had some amazing players in the team with Mikel Arteta, but did he stand out from the rest? Did he have something special about him back then?
Sí, sobresalía del resto. He stood out from the rest. He had something special. It was nice to see such quality in that tiny body. He was like Messi. You watch Messi's videos and there are many similarities from when they were kids. Mikel had a very good reading of the game. It was as if he was watching the game from above.
Ven en el campo lo que la gente ve desde arriba.
About 20 minutes up the hill from the clubhouse is the pitch where Mikel Arteta, as a boy, learnt his skills. This is where the current generation of Antiguoco under-14s are training. This is the age that Mikel Arteta was when he was picked up and signed by Barcelona, when he went to the famous La Masia Academy. Some great players on show here. You can see the amount of talent that they have here. It's a pitch, it's a ground which is shared by a number of teams in San Sebastian. There's a blue and white stand over in the corner, the colours of Real Sociedad. There's a clubhouse on the far side as well in a grey building. Some snacks being sold to the parents who are watching the training session. And it's here that Mikel Arteta's skills as a player came to the fore, but also the skills that are serving him so well as a coach and a manager. He really was a leader even back then.
These players who play in midfield have a better chance of ending up as coaches. Guardiola, Xavi Hernandez, Xavi Alonso. From a very young age, they are already forced to know where the rest of the teammates are, to direct, to close the spaces. As a result, both Xavi and Mikel have been coaches on the field since they were kids. They are natural leaders. And if you're a leader in your youth team like Antiguoco, you become a leader in Glasgow, Everton or Arsenal. And you're destined to be a manager. When he told me, while still active as a player, that he was starting to get the coach license, I had no doubt about that he would succeed. When he was little and came back to watch his former friends playing football, he often told me, they're playing a 4-4-2 or 4-3-2-1 system. He was already observing the team's formation and tactics.
I know that he didn't forget you even when he joined Barcelona. There's this story that he was signing a sponsorship deal aged 18, and it was with a big kit manufacturer, and he said, yeah, I'll sign it, but only if you send kits back to my first club. Is that true?
Yes, not just about the tracksuits. When Mikel signed his first contract with Adidas, he said, I'll sign, but you have to send us 20 jackets for the Antiguoco first team. Sometime later, he was already at Everton. One day, he asked me for the address of Antiguoco. I asked him, why? And he said, you give me the address. After a week, we received 4 huge boxes with Everton clothing for the coaches and our staff. You can imagine the happiness that gave us.
Scott's Coffee Club. We are back. I'm so excited for the second series, Ben.
It's going to be so exciting, bigger and better this year.
We've got the Lionesses England manager, Sabrina. Wow, as if we got Sabrina.
I'm happy that I've seen her a couple of times after the Euros. More on TV than in live.
Oh.
Good to see her now here.
Let's not forget as well, Jill, we've got to hear about all your antics in the jungle too.
Every now and then, there'd just be a tannoy going, Jill, you are not allowed to leave camp that way. So I was constantly getting in trouble. Jill Scott's Coffee Club. Listen on BBC Sounds.
The Football Daily Podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Support for this podcast comes from Wise, the account that helps you manage your money all around the world. Dining in dollars, doing business in baht. Wherever life takes you, the Wise account helps you send, spend, and receive in different currencies fast. It's the easy way to connect all your finances internationally, without any hidden fees or exchange rate markups. Min fees, max ease, full speed. Join 16 million customers and learn how the Wise account could work for you by downloading the app or visiting wise.com/podcast.
Despite being highly rated, Arteta never went on to make an appearance in the Barcelona first team. But midway through the 2000-2001 season, the club sent him on loan to another big name. Arteta joined Paris Saint-Germain. And in 18 months, he impressed in a team that contained huge stars like Ronaldinho, JJ Okocha and Nicolas Anelka, as well as another future Premier League manager, Mauricio Pochettino. His first permanent transfer, though, would be to Glasgow Rangers, where he linked up with another ex-Barcelona player, Ronald de Boer, who he had already impressed in a UEFA Cup match between PSG and the Scottish Giants.
He was outstanding as an 18-year-old boy there on the midfield, controlling really like a Barca player, the really Barcelona school player as he is at that time, controlling the ball very confidently, great passer, great idea with great vision. So he did very well in the games against us. So that's why Rangers was very interested to get such a youngster to Glasgow.
Did I hear it correctly that you played a small part in his decision to make the move to Glasgow Rangers?
I think he asked me, of course, at that time, they are interested, how is it there? And I said, it's amazing. I mean, Glasgow is, of course, not Paris, and it's definitely also not Barcelona, but it has, the ambience, the people who adore football. The games, it's always, you play almost at home, even if you're away, and great atmosphere, so I told him that.
What impression did he make on everyone at Glasgow Rangers when he arrived? What sort of person was he at that age?
Oh, he was shy, I must say, and I think I was a little bit his father figure because I spoke Spanish, of course, and Claudio Caniggia, he spoke Spanish, and Lorenzo Amoruso, with the Italian, also spoke very well Spanish. So I think we took him a little bit under his wings, and I guided him a little bit where to go in Glasgow, but also on the pitch. And but he was a shy boy. He was not the guy that look at me, I'm arriving as a big star. No, definitely not. And that I think says something about the person from Miguel Arteta.
It was at Rangers where the football world first got a hint of Arteta's strong personality, having no fear about taking responsibility in the most pressurised of situations. Heading into the final day of the 2002-2003 Scottish Premiership season, Rangers and their great rival Celtic were level on points and goal difference, with Rangers one ahead on goals scored. With 92 minutes on the clock in both games, Rangers were 5-1 up at Ibrox against Dunfermline Athletic and Celtic 4-0 up at Kilmarnock. It was so close that a helicopter was poised to deliver the trophy to whoever came out on top. Then Rangers won a penalty.
McCann gets it back from the ball. Neil McCann, penalty.
Score and the title was definitely theirs. It was a team packed with experience, but a 21-year-old Arteta stepped up.
I think Ferguson, Barry was number one, but I don't know, he took the ball and he stood behind it and he took it. Of course he has nerve, I don't think you can deny that, but he was good hiding it probably, and I couldn't really see it, and I barely didn't watch already.
Ronald de Boer can't look, he's right in front of Alan McLeish, he can't look at the penalty.
I knew how important it was for us. I knew when we scored we were winning, and for me it also meant so much, of course, winning the treble.
This could be the championship winning goal if Mikel Arteta can hold his nerve. He can! Rangers 6, Dunfermline 1.
That was a big responsibility from him, so he had also that moment that he took charge, and that I think nobody really expected that, but that he was a great player, we knew that, but also take that responsibility on that young age in such an important game and moment of that decisive title race against Celtic, was impressive.
Mikel, that was a fantastic end to the game. Your nerves never cracked at all?
No, it was difficult, but with these people, with this game, and we were trying to win the league, and was the most important moment of the year maybe, and I was just thinking the ball has to be in the goal and nothing else.
Credit to Miguel that he took the responsibility, and of course you have the chance and also to fail, but that didn't happen, so he was the hero.
After Rangers, Arteta moved back home, signing for Real Sociedad in 2004, where he briefly joined up with his old Antiguoco teammate Xabi Alonso. But Alonso left La Real to join Liverpool before the start of the campaign, and for Arteta, the move back to San Sebastian didn't work out. He only made 3 starts in the first half of the season before, like Alonso, Merseyside came calling, and Arteta's relationship with English football began. One of Arteta's teammates during his 6-year spell at Everton was Alan Stubbs.
When we signed Mikel, I think that was where Everton started to evolve in terms of a more probably dynamic team in terms of how their style of play changed. I think Mikel was very influential in that. And I think what we started to see was that Mikel become more of an influence in terms of the team. He certainly had a clear idea of how he wants to play as an individual, but also how he would like the team to play as a result. And there was a few occasions where we had come in at half-time and we, say for instance, we were losing the game, or we come in and we hadn't played well and we were finding ourselves at 0-0 or drawing the game. He wasn't afraid to give an opinion in terms of, you know, we must do better, we've got to be braver to try and get on the ball, we have to dictate the play more. And obviously at that time with David Moyes, he was more of a structured, not get beat mentality in terms of defensively strong, hit teams on the counter-attack, and be very resolute in terms of, well, one of the seasons, you know, at the time we had a record for the most 1-0 wins in the club's history.
Goodison, a goal. Conor McNamara.
Yes, finally a bit of action here. Everton 1, Manchester City 0. Jolie and Lescott has scored it. Arteta created it, drilling in a low ball across the face of the area. Lescott only needed a tiny touch, and he got that to put it through the legs of Joe Hart. I'm just seeing
I think if it was up to Mikel, whereas we were very defensively structured and very strong, Mikel would have, I think at times, liked to have seen us win the game 2-0 and 3-0 rather than, you know, play a 1-0 out. And sometimes you can be in that territory of a last minute equaliser or a mistake.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
1 light, 2 lights.
They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take
3 lights, 4 lights.
He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Time, Tyson Gay right all the way. He's looking around.
The heart stops.
Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
Hi everyone, my name is Ese Brume, Commonwealth and African long jump champion. You're listening to Sports Attack on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Don't touch that dial.
For the best sporting experience, always listen to Today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Anazi Ogenyi Eddie, Super Eagles and Trans1 Sport midfielder. I also listen to the show.
wonderful afternoon to you all, lovely listeners, and welcome to today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. Yesterday, Sunday, March 10th, and hope you went to church and you're having a fun-filled and interesting day, or just back from church right now and you're resting. And well, we're here for you to actually listen to and enjoy yourself as you rest or do whatever you did. Maybe you're cooking your Sunday lunch, I don't know. Well, like I did say, we are here for you to actually listen to and also give you entertainment as we talk about the world of sports. We delve into everything in the world of sports. We also get to talk about today, Sunday, we get to talk about other sports, and we also get to talk about football as well. Let's not forget that we have the big one, the Super Sunday clash in the English Premier League coming up today, where Liverpool will welcome Manchester City to Anfield. And let's not also forget that there was a Formula One race today, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Will give you updates and results, and also get to analyze what happened in the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix today. And let's not also forget that the African Games, Accra 2023, is currently ongoing. We'll take a brief look at Nigeria's performance so far. It doesn't look really pretty from the Nigerian side. It's not pretty from the Nigerian side based on our standards in the past. And let's not also forget we got games from the English Premier League currently going on. We have the game between Aston Villa and Tottenham Hotspur on our screen. That game is in the 49th minute, and both sides are currently playing out a goalless draw. And let's not forget as well that there were games yesterday across Europe and in the English Premier League, and we'll also take a look at the MPFL and get to discuss a bit about Vincent Inyama. Well, the man was named the best goalkeeper on the African continent ever by the IWHF. So, we'll also get to look at that and get to talk about the man. Well, I'm not in the studio alone to do the talking. I've got the guys here with me. Let's start off with Benjamin Mina. Benjamin, good afternoon and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon to our lovely listeners, Port Harcourt and beyond. It's a massive weekend to talk about, lots of things to talk about, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix and the All-African Games too. Rivers United also there in the mix. So nice things to talk about today. All the same, welcome everybody.
Yes, great to have you here with us, Benjamin. We also got Young Chooks Chukwuzite in the studio with us. Young Chooks, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt City. Back talking sports again, general sports. We don't rest because of the audience and the spectators we have. Well, it's fun being here. Talk about the Grand Prix. I said it on my X handle. Like the lyrics is now, we now have the normal lyrics, and Verstappen has won the Grand Prix. That's the normal lyrics we have every time they have the Grand Prix. So I feel they just round up this, give him the championship, because I feel that's just normal formalities now. We are just doing the season because of just formalities. Let's see, all righteousness. But it's great to be here talking sports again.
As well, we've got Ovie Wallace with us here. Ovie, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Harry. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon to our lovely listeners, people in Port Harcourt and people beyond. It's another Sunday to talk sports. We see the super clash between Liverpool and Manchester City, and just Liverpool fans and Manchester City fans, I'm sure that's what there was in their mouths this Sunday. Church, I beg, please let Liverpool and please let Man City win. That was the headline or the prayer point in their mind this afternoon.
Okay, well, Liverpool and Man City fans, we'll get to talk about you. We'll get to reach your own bus stop later on in the show, as we will talk about other sports. First, let's not forget that the show is interactive, as you can call in to share your thoughts on everything we have to talk about, and you can also send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal as well. The SMS and WhatsApp portal is 0701 933-9962, 0701 933-9962, and the phone lines are 0817-000-951, 0817-000-951, and 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. They will be open in due time as the show does progress for you to call in and share your thoughts. And in the game between Tottenham Hotspur and Aston Villa, well, Aston Villa and Tottenham Hotspur, beg your pardon, Tottenham have taken the lead through the man James Maddison. Yes, James Maddison has given Tottenham Hotspurs the lead, and they do lead Aston Villa by a goal to nothing at Villa Park. And on that note, I say let's delve into the action. I'll start off with updates from Team Nigeria from the All-African Games, or the African Games going on in Accra, yes, Accra 2023. Now, Nigeria's Warrior Emmanuel, 77 kg, on Saturday won a bronze medal in the Greco-Roman event to add to Nigeria's overall medal tally. Now, Warrior defeated Hatim J of South Africa 11-0 superiority after what seemed to be a controversial semi-final for the Nigerian wrestler. Now, speaking after the game, Warrior Emmanuel expressed dissatisfaction with his semi-final loss to his Egyptian opponent after dominating almost the entire tie, but was defeated through technical decisions by the umpires. As he said, and I quote, "I really feel sad because of my semi-final defeat, because I gave my all to reach the final, but it wasn't meant to be. I unleashed my anger on the bronze medal match." Now, meanwhile, on Sunday, the wrestling event will return as the Nigerian wrestlers will hope to better the performance with the women wrestling with the likes of Blessing Oborodudu and Odunayo Adekuroye, among others, to take on the match. Also, we did lose to Uganda today in the women's single badminton event. And also, when it comes to the table tennis event, Team Nigeria, well, their quest for first gold in the table tennis event continued, or it was, we'll say, battered. And I beg your pardon, Ofiom Edem actually won gold for Nigeria in table tennis, and that was the only gold Team Nigeria won in table tennis. Well, Nigeria did lose 3 finals to North African opponents, Egypt, in the All-African Games in Accra, with Omar Assar, Yusuf Abdelaziz, and Mohamed El Bilal maintaining their perfect record, overcoming Nigerian trio of Olajide Omotayo, Aruna Quadri, and Taiwo Mati. Now, Assar opened the match with a convincing 3-0 victory over Omotayo. Abdelaziz then dethroned the dominant Aruna with a 3-1 victory before El Bilal sealed the deal with a 3-1 triumph against Mali and securing a comprehensive 3-0 victory for Egypt. Now, the women's team followed suit, extending their unbeaten streak in the competition that dates back to 2011 with Dina Mashrev, Hannah Gonda, and Miriam Alodabi proving too strong for Nigeria's Ofiom Edem, Hope Udwak, and Fatima Bello securing a dominant 3-0 victory and retaining their title. Well, we'll actually get the medal table for you shortly, but based on what we're seeing, it doesn't really look good for Team Nigeria at the moment based on past performances or standards we've set in the competition. Benjamin, let me start off with you now. We've looked at the performance. Yes, 1 gold from table tennis, but I mean, we have about 6 silvers or from that side of things, and we have bronze medals coming in. We did win bronze in wrestling yesterday, and hopefully maybe today wrestling gets to give us a gold with Blessing Oborodudu and Odunayo Adekuroye getting to wrestle. But I mean, so far so good. What do you make of Team Nigeria's performance at the All-African Games?
Well, it's the All-African Games in Accra 2023. The truth is, I wasn't expecting us to win. The only sports where I was expecting us to win medals were table tennis, which we've done, and then wrestling, which we've actually won medals in those 2 sports. And I think the truth is, it's what it is. The North Africans actually topping the medals table. Yeah, it's what we expected. You know, the North Africans there's a pace that they've set. You know, when it comes to sports, especially sports in Africa, and that's what they're doing. So, well, let's hope the competition is still ongoing. Let's hope we get more medals in other sports. But for me, I think those are actually the 2 key strong areas that we actually have high hopes of winning medals. And it's still ongoing. We've won a gold medal in table tennis. That's the first day of the competition, and and then what's his name? What's the other sports? Wrestling. So hopefully we get to win more medals, because wrestling is still coming up, and let's hope we win more medals in this competition, because truth is the North Africans are actually high up there when it comes to all African games sports, and then winning these medals. It's like their birthright. So hopefully we get to be among the big boys at the end of the day, and then win medals in this in the what's it called, the wrestling that is upcoming in the games.
Okay, and Chooks, now let's look at the dodgy, or will you say not so great performance or lackluster performance from Nigerians. We did see our Flying Eagles lose to Uganda. Yes, our Falcons did us proud, beating Morocco by 2-0. That's in the football event of things. But in other sports, with the ones we've seen so far, it's not necessarily been the best. We saw situations whereby some teams were having closed or behind doors campaigns and all that stuff. Even press were not necessarily allowed to get info about what they were doing. But so far so good. It looks like at the end of things, or after all those, it all bears or comes to nothing, or bears no fruit, because the performance is not what we expected. Nigeria, usually we get to see ourselves by this stage, we're in the top 3 or in the top 4 in the medals table at least. But we're not even in the top 5 at the moment.
Henry, talk about Nigeria and how they've been dropping down the sporting world. I feel you can't actually just do anything good or magnificent with the Nigerian squad. Whatever is done right now, I think it's the early days. First of all, the events are just for table tennis and wrestling. I think what badminton also, and the footballing world, which they don't actually give medals to after the last game which is being played. So I think it will have just calmed down. We have seen teams go at a stretch and win like 6 to 10 medals in the competition where they are strong. But the pain or the feelings is now where is Nigeria a stronghold, which I don't know about. I feel volleyball, we don't have a say about that. You say footballing aspect about the Falcons, which we might say we might be about the top 3. The under 20 Super Eagles players, they have already lost a game, and they're in a very tight situation right now. So that I'm just trying to scap around and look for how where we get a good let's say a backlog of medals from a competition, and I'm not able to see anyone yet now. I feel we just have to calm down. First of all, just calm down for now. Try to get the much we can. It's not all about getting the medals. I think if you go there and just represent it well, then you have a heart, a place in our hearts of Nigerians. That's all about sport. Because I feel you say, okay, the Super Eagles didn't win the AFCON final, but many Nigerians actually love the way they play in the AFCON, despite the fact that you say the tactics of the coach didn't help a lot. Rounding off the summary of everything, I feel okay. Let's try to harness our situation, or let's try to give a prediction of where Nigeria should land or finish. As the name implies, Giant of Africa, I think we should be finishing among the top 2 or top 3. But I think we just name we answer in this country nowadays. We just answer the names and nothing to show for it. I feel okay. Let's just try to calm down first of all. Let's see how it goes in the next 2 to 3 days. If you are not among the first 5 or the first 6, then we can begin to call all out. We're going to alarm ourselves and we're going to shout out. First 3, sorry, not first 6. If we begin to alarm ourselves and say we are beginning to lose that our ground on sports, which I feel we have already done that already. But in the normal sense of an average Nigerian, they still feel they are the giant of Africa, but not knowing that we are way, way, way down the pecking order. Other sports, like I said, it's just a matter of time. The sporting events are just starting. So apart from basketball, badminton, table tennis, and what's the name of the event again? Wrestling. These are the main events that are ongoing right now. So you say, okay, this actually Nigerian strengths. You say I don't. You can't actually.
You can't tell me that table tennis is not our strength.
Nigeria is not our strength.
Table tennis is one of Nigeria's best sports.
No,
it's not just Aruna Quadri. Yes, I know Aruna Quadri is our biggest name, but this is a sport we tend to do well.
Which tend to do well? How many times have you gone to an external competition and win back-to-back gold medals in the table tennis competitions? When last do we have a backload of 5 medals from the table tennis competitions? So when I say when you talk about strength, I feel you have to talk about a competition that you can actually, an event or sporting event that you can actually go and say, okay, at least that's wrestling. I feel it's wrestling. You can actually go there and say, okay, at least if you're not serious, we get like 6 or 7 from out of 10.
I mean, we have about 6 silver medals from table tennis.
I said gold.
When you rank side by side or side by side in table tennis, it's only the Egyptians that come close.
So you cannot say that that's the stronghold now, because you know that anytime Arena Quadri meets the Egyptians, he's always getting beaten. Okay, talk about the ITTF, the International Tennis Federation.
No, young chicks, because from 1978 to 2011, we were dominating. Then post 2011, just like the Egyptians have come and they know our passcode, and they're just better. It seems like they're now better than us, or they are better than us now.
I think. Hi, good afternoon. I think they are actually better than Nigeria at the moment, but table tennis is Nigeria's stronghold in sport. Table tennis. Aruna Quadri reigned for years before the likes of Omar Assar of Egypt came into the picture. Then they've been off young with them before the likes of Dina Meshrev came into the picture. So table tennis has been Nigeria's strength. It still is Nigeria's strength. The only reason why at the moment Nigeria seems to be dwindling in performance in table tennis is lack of funding and maybe international participation in events, because of course that's definitely linked to lack of funding, because there are some of these events that you might want Nigerians to participate on. Nigeria should be there, but they wouldn't be there. So the selection in Table Tennis Federation, where players are only allowed to participate in ranking events, whereas the Egyptians mostly participate in major events or almost in everything that give them that age when they play Nigeria. See, at the moment, if you have international table tennis events, you definitely expect from Africa the Egyptians to be there, and then Nigeria, they will definitely topple Nigeria's performance, because of that international exposure that Nigeria is not getting. These days, Aruna Quadri, for instance, will have to depend on what he does. I think he plays for a club in Germany, if my memory serves me right.
Yes.
So he depends on what he does for his club in Germany and that kind of exposure. The likes of Olajide Omotayo, they are still battling to find their footing, in tennis, where they can confidently go into the court and beat any opponent in front of them, whether an Egyptian, Senegalese, or whatsoever. Because the level, the echelon that Aruna Quadri has reached, these guys are yet to get there. They are gradually developing. So table tennis has been Nigeria's stronghold. It's declining. I must admit, table tennis performance for Nigeria, even on the African continent, is declining. I mean, imagine that in doubles events for women, Nigeria were dumped out. And then I think in men's single event as well, Aruna Quadri couldn't muster up until the final. Yeah. Then which other one? I think they had about 3 categories or thereabout. So, and if you look at it, who are the people dumping out Nigerians? They are the Egyptians practically. The next best thing in table tennis in Africa after the Egyptians will be Nigeria. It used to be Nigeria in the past, but that's the thing. They found the code, and the code is have international participation and equally have this exposure that comes with it, and equally have that grassroots development in these sports. Because look, other sports are crying in Nigeria because of lack of funding and major focus in football. Football these days is just enjoying the focus by name, because the administrators know what they are doing. They are not quite putting, the right nuts in the right holes and tighten as expected, so as to give the gear that is required for it to skyrocket. But yeah, you could say that it's football because practically every Nigerian understands football, so to speak. So yeah, football is like the cash cow or the face of Nigerian sport. Now, what is the amount of monies, that is allocated to other sport federations. Go and look at the 2024 appropriation bill. I've been a law now, It's no, I think it's no longer a bill. So look at the 2024 appropriation, signed by the president. First off, we cried about the amount of monies allocated to sports ministry. Very meager. I can't recall the figure exactly, but compared to other federation of other ministries, very meager. And then when you look at it, football took a larger chunk of that money. So you've deprived the developments that's supposed to be channeled towards other sports and push it to football, because that's just about the sports that a common Nigerian understands and they easily identify with. I will also have to question the marketability of other sports, because the federations will need to do something to put it on our faces. Yes, Nigeria is a footballing nation, but who says we cannot thrive with other sports? Boxing is Nigeria's stronghold, but these days boxing is declining. So let me keep it within the ambience of talking table tennis. So the funding is not there for them to participate in events as a nation, not as an individual, because often of them could go participate in one event as an individual for a ranking point. Same with Aruna Quadri, because of the exposure they've had already. But how about others? How about that development? Because again, when you look at doubles or team table tennis event, you're not just looking at Aruna Quadri. You're looking at Aruna Quadri pairing with maybe Olajide, or you're looking at Ofyongeden pairing with some other sports players, table tennis players. And if they are not up to par, that's where the weak point is. And the opponents will exploit, and that is why they need to be equal playing ground for all of them in terms of preparation and development. So it's just unfortunate that table tennis is where it is gradually declining, continental wise for Africa, but definitely is Nigeria's stronghold. And it's also unfortunate because it's one of the early sports played at the Africa Games. Africa Games started day before yesterday, and today should be the second day, maybe running to the third day according to the timings, the appropriate, should I say the precise timing. So table tennis was, in fact, some Nigerian contingents were still here, about to travel, while table tennis had taken off. In Ghana.
Yeah, the cricket team just traveled. Was it?
I think cricket should travel about as
the female cricket team, the yellow greens, yeah, the yellow greens, and even I think the stallions, the rugby, that is the stallions are traveling tomorrow.
And I think the yellow green should still be in Nigeria, because the male cricket, because I think theirs will resume next week.
Yes.
So that's why table tennis is in the picture, and that's why Nigeria can x-ray the performance of Nigeria table tennis players, because it's one of the early sports started. I think wrestling started yesterday, and is the strength of Nigeria again. Badminton happens to be the strength of Nigeria. I think I'll probably maybe leave that part, but yeah, no, we're gonna get there. I don't know whether if I should continue, Henry. Okay, so badminton is also Nigeria's strength. We are sure of a gold medal in badminton. In fact, Nigeria is certain of a gold and a silver medal in badminton. And that's because in the men's event, we have two Nigerians at the final. So you're looking at Anu Olowakpo Okpeyori, Africa's finest in badminton, back-to-back African champion in badminton at the final. I'll quickly confirm the name of the other the athletes that he will be playing, at the final as well. So you're looking at two Nigerians at the final of a badminton event. That's a sure gold and a sure silver, no matter what happens. Then if you go to wrestling, okay, so it's going to be Anu Olowakpo Okpeyori against Godwin Olofia. Okpeyori defeated Egyptian opponents in the semi-final 2-1, while Olofia saw off another Nigerian at the semis, Victor Ikechukwu. So there's gold setting for Nigeria in badminton, there's silver setting for Nigeria in badminton. In wrestling, you definitely will expect gold medal, in two events. The 57 kg, where you have, what's her name?
Adekoroye.
Yeah, where you have Adekuroye, Odunaya Adekuroye, 57 events, you should expect gold. There's Blessing Oboro Dudu. I can't recall the category that she wrestles, but you also should expect gold medal, in that event, unless what happened at the Olympics last Olympics happened, because if you look at it, and at the Olympics, Odunaya was leading. It was a similar thing that happened to Nigerian nightmare in mixed martial arts. What's his name?
Israel, that is.
No,
Kamaru
Usman. I think that was second to the last bout. No, I think the first bout against Leon Edwards. Yes. The first bout.
Yes.
He was leading on both judges' scorecard, on all judges' scorecard, and then boom, that kick, and that was it. We have something similar in wrestling. We call it pinfall. So Odunaya Adekuroye was leading on all judges' scorecard, but before you turn your eye, before you could say Jack, that pinfall occurred. Like, what knockouts is in boxing. She was pinned, and that was it. And once you are pinned, it don't end. Just like Anthony Joshua knocked out Francis Ngannou, Friday night in Riyadh, make that Saturday morning. So that was it. So unless something like that happens, because Odunaya was Nigeria's medal hopeful at the Olympics. So Nigeria was certain that you could get a gold medal in 57 and get a gold medal, I think 70 something, that Blessing Oboro Dudu wrestles. But eventually it happened to Odunaya, and you could see the grief, from the faces of Nigeria medal wrestling contingent, and all of us who were hopeful that Odunaya wins Nigeria's first gold medal, because Nigeria has not smelled gold medal before at the Olympics in wrestling. The only gold medal that is connected to a Nigerian is the one that was won by the president, Daniel Igali, and that was for Canada, not Nigeria. So at this point, due to the dominance of Odunaya Adekuroye globally, not just in Africa, because she goes to events outside Nigeria, Cyprus, Belarus, and all of that, and she dominates. You expected that to happen, but it didn't happen. Oboro Dudu gave Nigeria the only medal in wrestling at the Olympics, which happened to be a silver medal. So unless something like that happens, you're certain that there's going to be 2 gold medals from wrestling for Nigeria. Nigeria already have a bronze medal in Greco-Roman event in wrestling. So you can expect 2 gold to come. You can expect 1 gold to come from badminton, Then I think gradually Nigeria is top 6 at the moment. I was able to get the medals table. So from what I'm seeing right here, Egypt is ranked number 1. They have a total of 39 medals. Guess what? I don't know how any other country will beat Egypt to win this Africa game, because looks like they are runaway winners. You can have 23 gold medals already in just 2 days, and you think that anybody will appear from where?
To catch up.
To come and catch up. So it's like it's Nigeria's own already. It's Egypt's own already. So 23 gold medals for Egypt, 39 medals in total, comprising 23 gold, 8 silver, and 8 bronze medal. In Algeria, 5. That's the closest to Egypt in terms of number of gold medals won. 5 for Algeria, 9 silver, 12 bronze, comprising or making it a total of 26 medals. South Africa will be 3rd, 5 gold medals as well, 2 silver and 6 bronze, 13 in total. Morocco comes in 4th. Interesting. 2 gold medals, 5 silver, 5 bronze, a total of 12 medals. Tunisia will come in 5th. I'll continue until we find Nigeria. 1 gold, 4 silver and 6 bronze medal, a total of 11 medals for Tunisia. Nigeria comes in 6th. No gold, 3 silver, 3 bronze, and then you have a total of 6 medals. And then Senegal, Libya, Mauritius, Namibia, Republic of Congo, Madagascar, and you go on and on and on and on and on. So this is as obtained from Accra2023AG.com, the official website of the Africa Games in Accra. So that's it. So there's going to be a shift in this medals count, let's say by tomorrow, in terms of Nigeria probably climbing to 5th, probably climbing to 4th. Yes, you could say that these other countries equally do have where their strong points is, their strengths, and they are hoping to capitalize on it going forward. It's just what it is. I think when we have sports, or when we have, they should be the Africa Olympics, it gives you a picture of where sport is heading. Because again, sport is not just football. Sport is sport. Badminton, wrestling, boxing, on and on. You keep mentioning all the sports. That's sport. And that's why we have events like this. That's why we have the Commonwealth Games, where majority of the sports are being displayed. That's why we have the Olympics, which is global. Then we have the Africa Games, formerly All Africa Games, to showcase the strength of countries in different sports. So it shows you where sport is heading. Because you have a picture. After 2 days, you have one country outside North African countries disrupting the balance, so to speak. Whatever was going to exist in terms of that balance, South Africa finds itself in there. Other countries are Egyptian or North African countries, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. And then the closest will be Nigeria, West Africa. So in top 6, you find 4 North African countries. It definitely tells you where sport is heading. Don't be surprised that South Africa will likely overtake Algeria, because that's another country in Africa where sport is taken very serious, not just football.
Yeah, the 3 most dominant countries or nations in the African Games have been Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa. So South Africa's presidents are actually
overtake Algeria. So it gives you an idea where sport is heading. And if Nigeria finishes outside the top 3, it also gives you an idea where sport is heading in Nigeria. But in all, Henry, I think gradually Nigeria will start climbing up. But again, questions should be asked. Even if Nigeria finishes top 3, plan for something.
Egypt has 23 gold medals already, and we've not even started swimming. And we all know the amount of medals that can come out of swimming, and we all know that the North Africans and also South Africa themselves tend to be good in swimming. So wait to see what actually happens for Team Nigeria in the All African Games. Well, it just began, and Nigeria is yet to win a gold medal. Hopefully, wrestling could give that to us today, where we get to have the likes of Odunayo Adekuroye and Blessing Oboro Dudu take the mat and hopefully get Nigeria a gold medal. And from there, from the All African Games, let's head over to the world of motorsports as we talk Formula One. Now let's talk about Formula One and the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, as Max Verstappen makes it 2 dominant wins from 2 at the start of the F1 2024 season. But it was Ferrari debutant Oliver Behrmann who stole the show in Saudi Arabia with a brilliant drive to finish 7th. Now Sergio Perez completed a second successive Red Bull 1-2 ahead of Charles Leclerc in repeat of the Bahrain podium finish. Now Verstappen countering to his second win in a row at the start of the new 2024 season and a 9th succession overall, one shy of his own all-time F1 record around the high-speed Jeddah street track. Much of the focus in the race was again on the fight behind him, with British debutant Behrmann capturing much of the attention. Now the 18-year-old, who had only learned after the opening day of practice had been completed that he will be making his F1 debut this weekend instead of racing in F2 after Carlos Sainz was diagnosed with appendicitis and had to undergo surgery, had already qualified an impressive 11th in a car he had never driven in a sure-footed performance on Friday. Now, the Ferrari reserve drivers' assuredness only grew in his maiden Grand Prix under the floodlights in Jeddah. Now moving into the points position midway through the 50th lap. 50-lap race after overtakes on Yuki Tsunoda and Zhou Guanyu. Beerman eventually moved up to 7th and kept his composure into the closing stages despite knowing he had fellow Britons Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton chasing him down on fresher tires across the final 10 laps. Now by finishing 7th, Beerman became the third youngest F1 driver ever and the youngest to race for Ferrari, scored the best race results for a debutant since Brazil's Felipe Nasser took 5th at his 5th race in 2015. Now Perez beat the other Ferrari of Charles Leclerc to 2nd place for the 2nd week running, overtaking the front row starter in the race's early laps before the race was neutralized by the safety car on lap 7 when Lance Stroll crashed out in his Aston Martin. Now McLaren's Oscar Piastri took a distant 4th after spending much of the race unable to find a way past Hamilton, who was one of the several drivers not to pit under the safety car. Now Fernando Alonso capped a strong weekend with a 5th place finish in the remaining Aston Martin, with George Russell 6th for Mercedes ahead of countrymen Beerman in 7th, Lando Norris in 8th, and Lewis Hamilton in 9th. Now Nico Hülkenberg meanwhile opened Haas's account for 2024 with the final point after a strong drive to 10th. Now guys, let's start off with you young chicks. We look at what happened in the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Max Verstappen again, another dominant display. And Red Bull again, another 1-2 finish. I mean, are we expecting, or are we probably or most likely going to see what we saw last season? 1-2 Red Bull, both in the Drivers' Championship and Red Bull getting the Constructors, because by the looks of things, no one comes near.
I already said it at the beginning of my speech. I said I think it's just formalities we are doing now. You just look at who are the contenders to win the championship or win the Constructors' Championship, and I feel it's just going to be only Max Verstappen and others. You look at the drivers, the Ferrari with Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. You look at Mercedes, who are just trying to put themselves together and make sure Lewis Hamilton has that memorable finish, but it's not looking that way. You look at what's his name, George Russell. The man is in and out of the scene. You can't actually hold hands and say, okay, this is the man that can actually replace Lewis Hamilton or make him stable no matter what happens. Like I've tried to scan around. Alonso, you can't give him a buy because of the car he's driving. You always say the driver is good as his car, and okay, let's say 50-50. You give a car 50 and you look at the driver 50. That means okay, Hamilton the same thing. When he might be 80% and you say this car is less than 40%, and that's the wahala for Lewis Hamilton. But I feel it's now time to understand that Formula One is now down to just a one-man sport this season. Okay, starting from last 3 seasons, because you say okay, you talk about the controversial way that Max Verstappen won the last race of the season to win his first championship. You say okay, yeah, the whole issue and everything surrounded them. You say okay, that was a tough competition for Max Verstappen, and at that point Hamilton was still within his matching orders. He was okay, good with his driving, and his skills was at par at 100%. I was okay, this man can actually drive no matter what is happening to the car. But now fast forward to 2 years later, the man has a good car. Okay, the man has a bad car, and the man is less than, I'm not say less than average. Okay, I'll say his man is average himself. Yeah, the man might still have the experience in the whole world. And you talk about the man hasn't have that mentality or have that killer instinct. You talk about the way he can press the DRS and the rest of how he manages his car well. It is always going to be this same man on how he drives. Lewis Hamilton can't be looked over, but I think the Mercedes car has made people to underrate the Lewis Hamilton that is going to be driving season. Ferrari, like I said, no option for me, because I look at the drivers that are there. Even though I've always admired Charles Leclerc, sorry.
Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz.
Who's admiring Carlos Sainz? I've admired Charles Leclerc. It's the truth. I think I feel if Leclerc is in the Red Bull team, I feel the man will have better things to offer. You always say the same thing. The Formula One is just, you can't actually give the whole thing to because of a player, a driver. Sorry, you have to make it balanced. The car must be as good as the driver, and before the driver will give you anything good for. Ferraris are actually trying. We talk about the Sebastian Vettel of this world that actually raced with the Ferrari car, but you said that was 5-6 years ago, and you said at that moment you only mentioned Ferrari and Mercedes. But now other cars have stepped up. You see Red Bull, Aston Martins, what's the other team that has Ocon and the name just is it Beatrice? Yeah. So these are teams that are there. You have a lot of teams that are actually stepping up their claim and say, okay, let's try to make sure that the team can actually, the drivers can actually drive. Look at what's his name, Ricardo Pereira. Yes, and Nico Hülkenberg. These are new names in the B-ball. Can they actually serve Verstappen a threat? No. You look at Lando Norris and his McLaren. Yeah, you say last season was trying to open the man to the newer angle of this world, to the sport. The man did some good stuff around the around last season. So you say, okay, let's see how he stepped up this season. The Alpine of this world, you can't actually say Esteban Ocon can give a threat for Hamilton. So it's just down to the three names, the three cars I mentioned. Got to be Ferrari, got to be Mercedes, and got to be Red Bull. But now it's after the cars, you now look for the drivers who can actually drive. Apart from Mercedes, Lewis Hamilton, nothing else again to show for it. I will only say this. Let us close these formalities and give Max Verstappen his 4th championship, because it's just formalities for me. You have now noticed that it's now a lyrical stuff. Every weekend, after there's a race, you say, and Max Verstappen has won the Grand Prix, whatever Grand Prix, maybe you say the Italian Grand Prix, the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix, the Bahrain Grand Prix. It's just the name of the Grand Prix that will change, but the lyrics remains the same.
Okay, and Reliance, let's come over to Max Verstappen, and we did see how the issues around Christian Horner were shadowing the whole Red Bull team going into the season, and his father Jos actually came out to say that he will leave the side if Horner continues to stay as the Red Bull team principal. But I mean, do you think this man will want to swap Red Bull at this point in time for Mercedes? Although new FIA rule changes and car changes tend to take effect from next season 2025, but will you see this man wanted to swap such a dominant car for a Mercedes car? And do you think in any way the issues surrounding Red Bull could end up affecting his performances as the season does progress?
I've never done this before, but I'm gonna do it. At least I know that I will not do it in football. That's one sport I will never try this. So since it's Formula One, I'm gonna do it. I'm in for the drama. I want Verstappen to leave Red Bull and join Mercedes. I'm in for the drama. Just Verstappen, you hear me? Take your son out of Red Bull and take him to Mercedes, or take him to Ferrari, so that we'll have Lewis Hamilton in Ferrari, Max Verstappen in Ferrari, or more Formula One for sweet. Every race drama, every race. Instead of there are two clash, so that if he drive back, come and fight, enter and continue. See, I think I would like the drama. If Verstappen leaves Red Bull to no other place than Mercedes, because that is the place that can guarantee you the efficiency in the car to compete. Despite the struggle for Mercedes last season, they still finished on the podium, constructors wise as well as I think drivers wise as well. So no. I think it was Sergio Perez that was. I can't recall how they finished last season, but so they still gave a push. They still competed very well, despite the struggles that they had. Ferrari is already sealed unless we want to have cat and dog fight every now and then, every race. That's when Verstappen can team up with Lewis Hamilton. And who says the Ferrari will not want to do it? First off, there's marketability, there's PR. So with the more the drama comes every week, the more you will talk about Ferrari. The more we'll talk about the car. So business-wise, it's something that we want. And who says that Lewis would want to stay for like 3-4 more years? So there's a potential there. If Lewis retires, then Verstappen possibly takes over. Although it's a very serious decision, a very significant one that if I'm in position, I wouldn't even advise them to do it unless they are certain that Hamilton is coming in for just 1 year. And so you're like, okay, as Hamilton is leaving, Verstappen takes over. So you look at the circle, you find Red Bull, you find Ferrari, you find Mercedes. So if Josh Verstappen is to take out his son from Red Bull, definitely has to be Mercedes. But here's the thing, Verstappen will need the assurance that there's going to be upgrade in Mercedes' engine. Whatever has been a struggle, they need to find a way, because again, from 2025, I think we are going to get back leveled. Yeah. It's going to be full implementation of the new generation rules in Formula One. And all constructors will be back leveled. So who is going to be beating more? Because, I mean, we are just looking at what looks like simulation, and look at the way Mercedes is struggling and suffering, you know. Timo Werner just scored. Oh, it's wonderful.
It's turned to a rout.
So it's now Aston Villa 0, Tottenham 4. And we are at the 5th minute, make that the 4th minute of the 10 minutes of additional time after full 90 minutes was played. Timo Werner has scored. He's scoring. So all the players at Chelsea shipped out. Or should I say, let me not say shift out, because
they didn't like.
They've been lambasted.
They were lambasted.
Let me put it like that. All the players, they are finding their footing now. Those ones are in the Premier League. Timo Werner went back to Germany. Mother rediscovered his form, and then came back. And he's scoring.
At the part of his stay in Leipzig, he did fall out with Marco Rose, and he wasn't really starting.
He wasn't starting and he wasn't scoring. So he had to come on loan to Tottenham.
But he found his scoring boots initially when he did go back.
When he went back, he was scoring.
It was at the latter part that he had that issues.
The first period of time, he was scoring goals for Leipzig when he returned, and then along the line, whatever happened, and then he's scoring. Kai Havertz is now a go-to player.
What did that say?
Go back to your ex.
No.
I don't know. I don't do motivation.
Leave Chelsea.
I just want to do motive. All right, so it's 4-0, Aston Villa 0, Tottenham 4, and we just have about 4 minutes and some seconds before full or the very absolute regulation time is ended. So back to the conversation. Now, those are the only drivers. There's going to be that assurance. You need that assurance. Will you provide me the car I need to compete? Because Verstappen at this point cannot slow down. He's likely going to win this season again. So he can't go 4 on a bounce and do a Sebastian Vettel. Because that was what happened to Vettel. He went 4 on a bounce, and then afterwards, we didn't know. So he wants to continue. He wants to chase and see if he can catch up with Lewis Hamilton. That's if Lewis Hamilton doesn't win next season, because Ferrari car is crazy. Trust me, that car is crazy. So if he doesn't win and become the undisputed all-time best in terms of number of Formula One championship won, then he will want to continue and probably have a chase toward that magic number, which is 7 at the moment. So can you give me that car that I can trust that would deliver? Because for now, for Mercedes, it's about the engine. That's on one part. He will need that assurance. And that depends on how Mercedes will develop this season. On the other part, 2025, teams will, they carry Caterpillar, level ground, level everywhere, based on the implementation of the rules and all of that. So teams will have to find their footings almost afresh. How will that affect Mercedes? How will it affect Red Bull? So these are the two things that Verstappen will want to consider if he's still making. Because at the moment, it looks like it's not like there's that advantage, because from the 2023 season, 2022 season, where there was rule changes, they started implementing rule changes and all of that. We were no longer having a single race director. We're now having 2 race directors. We will recall the issue with Michael Masi at the Abu Dhabi, the controversial Abu Dhabi Grand Prix and all. Yes, it seems like that was the what should I say, the takeoff point for Red Bull to begin shining, to start to have their shine. But it's not like Red Bull has been bad in terms of their car. Just that Mercedes used to beat them. If they don't beat them in terms of efficiency, which was not always the case, they will beat them in terms of strategy. Mercedes in most cases was always strategy. And then Max Verstappen used to have his own issues. He said that if Max no crash, Vettel go crash.
It was always one of that.
It was always, even you can count races that Max when they finish. Like careless. So it's not like Red Bull has been really, really bad. But strategy will be outsmarted by Mercedes. Max with his own inexperience. Max has gathered the experience over the years and has not come good. And then I think I can even dare say that I will attribute Red Bull's reign so far to Max Verstappen experience developing and the implementation of the new rules. Because you're still looking at Christian Horner, you're still looking at the same backroom staff, the same stewards who were there in the past. So it's more of these two factors leading to Mercedes to Red Bull's rise. So it's not like they've been that bad, you know. But going into the full implementation of the new rules, it's left to be seen, you know, how it's going to affect drivers. So these are the two factors that Verstappen will be considering. You know, that is if and only if, in the end, George says, I'm taking Max out of Red Bull, which I think is not going to happen. I think it's a bargain plea, more like cause the chaos, because he's the agent of his son. Cause the chaos, his marketability, his pricing goes higher, and we renegotiate deals, you know, probably when it gets close to when the contract is about to end, and also add the importance of having Max Verstappen in the team. That's what I think it is. Unless there is a vendetta between both. Because if you look at the Bahrain Grand Prix, when they were exchanging words and talks and all of that, look like there's a vendetta somewhere. And if Christian Horner could accuse Josh Verstappen that he had a hand in leaking those messages with the female colleague that he was alleged to have assaulted sexually, then something is pointing toward the direction that there's a vendetta somewhere. Probably they have their own personal differences that is now coming to the picture due to that stuff. So unless it's that bad, you know, because so far they are managing well. I think Max Verstappen is managing well psychologically. He has found a balance. This is the team. I need to keep racing for the team. This is my father. You don't taint my father's reputation. My father is not a liar. But do I think that Red Bull is going to crash, is going to explode if Christian Horner remains the team principal and the CEO? He didn't say whether he thinks that's going to happen or that's not going to. He only said pragmatically he hopes that doesn't happen. But that should not happen. And that was a very pragmatic and polite response. So he has found his balance to help himself psychologically so that he knows that once it's race day, I get into the car, my own is to drive. Whatever differences you guys have, go and sort it out. You know? So I think Mercedes, Red Bull is managing the situation so far very well, because at this point there is no reason to take off Christian Horner. He has been cleared, and it was not even Red Bull itself that conducted the.
It was an external
investigation by the parent body of Red Bull.
Yes.
So Red Bull Racing is in Formula One. They have a parent company. So they are the ones in charge, because if you want Red Bull Racing to investigate Christian Horner, you are telling Christian Horner to investigate himself, because he's the CEO of Red Bull Racing and also as the team principal. So he has been cleared. So what reason do we have to take him off? Do we have a Manchester United female team that will say if you don't pursue Greenwood because of this, even though Greenwood has been found not guilty, if you don't pursue him, we'll not go play again? That is not applicable in Red Bull Racing. So why do we need to take the man out, according to George, that Red Bull is going to explode and all of that stuff? So I don't think he's going to leave. But in all, Max has managed the situation well so far. I don't think he's going to leave. Probably there's going to be a negotiation and a pay rise and stuff. But if he leaves, these are the two things that he will consider if he's to join Mercedes. Will Mercedes grant him the car needed, the efficiency of the engine needed to compete further? How will the full implementation of the new rules and regulations, the new generation in the Formula One, affect all teams in 2025? That will decide if he goes to Mercedes or probably team up with Lewis Hamilton in Ferrari.
I don't know why you want him and Hamilton to be on the same team, Reliance. I mean, you're looking for trouble, though. It looks like you want to see another Rosberg-Hamilton situation again, where I don't agree. I don't care if you're the number one driver. I don't care what the team is saying. It's like I off my mic, I off my headset, iPhone, everything. Look, Because you say what you're saying is that I'll drive how I want to drive, and this Grand Prix is my own. And I mean, maybe it will actually be entertaining or interesting if we get to that.
Trust me, it will make Formula 1 very interesting.
But I mean, I wonder how Ferrari will actually try to handle that sort of situation.
They don't need to handle it.
You just let them race.
Let them race. That's the publicity we are talking about. That's the PR we are talking about. Because again, it goes back to Ferrari. Every race week, we will have something to talk about Ferrari. So you're looking at two egoistic drivers, professional. One is a 3-time champion, or let's say a 4-time champion if he wins this season. The other one is a 7-time champion. We won't go control. Let them race. You know, the only thing is, they should be professional enough to know when not to crash. Because in the end, if it could happen, look, these guys are not friends. Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton are not friends. In fact, Max and Sergio Perez are not even friends. They're just teammates.
They just have respect and them being
and that's
teammates.
all. They're just teammates. You know, I can't count how many drivers in Formula 1 that are actually friends. Lewis and Nico, they were not friends. Lewis and what's his name, Josh Russell, and a big brother figure now. They give a big brother figure. You understand? Josh Russell is a small boy, so they are not friends. So imagine them in the same race. They'll race out. And again, apart from Ferrari, it will also shoot out Formula 1 because Lewis Hamilton has a lot of fans. People watch Formula 1. There are many people that watch Formula 1 because of Lewis Hamilton, and that's because of the activism part of the man, because he's not just a driver, he's an activist as well. He wants so set of people that have been marginalized to be brought to limelight. He wants justice here and all of that. So it gives him that cloud around him. So it will also shoot Formula 1 every week. Formula 1 will trend. Everyone will train. FIA will train. Ferrari will train. Lewis Hamilton will train. Max Verstappen will train. So you're not looking to control any of them. Allow them to race. In the end, you are gaining on tracks. You're equally gaining in terms of your marketability and your PR. So let them. I mean, why would someone think to control Nico when he was on fire? Just like the beginning of last season, you could recall Sergio Perez was neck to neck with Max Verstappen.
Yeah.
Why would you want to control both of them? And why would you come and tell Sergio Perez to calm down, whereas he has a chance at the championship?
I mean, we're seeing that with Mercedes and Nico.
And that's why Nico had to do what he did and run away. Because I don't see, if I was in position as the team principal, Max Verstappen has 20 points. Sergio Perez has 15.
Yes.
Why would I want to control both? The next race, the point is cut down. The next race is increased. Next race, one overtake the other. Why would you want to control both? Why would you want to tell one to stand down? I know that the reasons why some of these instructions are dished out is due to, I don't want to use the word marketability again. It's due to contracts, due to publicity, due to one deal or the other that they may have signed. Because Real Madrid, for instance, used to, okay, should I even use Real Madrid? I should use La Liga. Okay, let me use Real Madrid, or let me use La Liga. La Liga used to have this contract with some companies or agencies because of a particular player plays in the league. Real Madrid used to have this deal with the name of the agency escaped my memory, because of Ronaldo plays within Real Madrid. So things like that do occur. There's a possibility that at that period of time they are looking at this person need to be there because of what they deal with the contract we've signed with a particular company, and because we have Lewis, and Lewis is likely going to win the season. So these are, sometimes they are constrained to making these decisions. But other than that, let them race. Who wins, wins. In the end, there's going to be an all-round victory, apart from the tracks, for Formula 1, for Ferrari, and even the drivers themselves.
Okay, now, we're coming over to you now. We've seen how the season has started. Now, is there anybody, any driver that can dislodge or displace Max Verstappen from taking that drivers' championship this season, beat his teammate Sergio Perez or maybe Charles Leclerc? Because I mean, we've seen the same podium finish 1, 2, 3. So I mean, Perez and Leclerc aren't far off from the man Verstappen, or do we just see him stretch that lead as the season progresses?
As Chooks has already said, you should just give this man this title, because although we see amazing performance from them, we saw it last season too. We saw how they were close to they were close to Verstappen, but at the end of the day, he still clinched the title. And this season, I think maybe as close as you can get, but that's how far you can go. You can only get close as long as you don't finish first. You don't finish first. Max Verstappen has been the person that's been getting that podium finish number 1. So I don't think anybody's coming close to him. His teammates can keep on getting that second place. At least it's good for Red Bull. They keep on getting the first and second. They keep on getting the first and second finish. And Charles Leclerc, he knows that next season, how is this season? Well, next season maybe you can put up a better challenge, but for this season, maybe not.
Okay, well, we wait to see as the season does progress in Formula One, and maybe someone can put up a fight with Max Verstappen for the drivers' championship, or I mean, the man probably or might most likely, or do you think he will actually run away with the drivers' championship this season as well? Okay, let's head over to the world of boxing briefly, and we'll talk about Anthony Joshua. And the man did defeat Francis Ngannou, or beat Francis Ngannou with a second round knockout. We did talk about that on the show. But now, let's ask ourselves this, Benjamin. Is the man Anthony Joshua back? I mean, the man is definitely going to be a mandatory challenger, depending on who comes out victorious between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. But based on what we saw on Friday night, Saturday, early hours of the morning, is Anthony Joshua back to his best, or is he even better than what we termed his best before? And do you think he's a major threat to any of the guys that come out victorious in that undisputed clash between Fury and Usyk?
Well, first of all, I want to say big. Let me talk like Ngannou now. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to. I'm sorry. It's a good fight. I didn't see that heavy right hand coming, but he's my African brother. Congratulations to him, and I'm not going to retire. I'm not going to go back to MMA. He advised me to stay in boxing. I would have to, stick to boxing. Hopefully, I'll get my time will come and I'll get a big shot. Yeah, that's the truth. But
one bottle of water for you.
One bottle of pure water.
One bottle of water for you. No, leave pure.
It's not as broke as you choose.
Leave pure. What did he say? No. He got that Francis Ngannou's accent, that accent and the impression. So one bottle of water for you. Water is life, my brother.
Yesterday was about Chooks. Lawson finished him. Today he wants Reliance to give him a knockout punch, but hopefully he wouldn't get it today. Henry, back to what you asked me. See, the truth is, in as much as everybody is talking about what's his name, Anthony Joshua right now, I still think life is step by step. You don't need to punch above your weight. The truth is, when a champion is down, give him a lesser opponent, and then you have to bring back the champion in him. And AJ has actually, since Ben Davison came into his life, I think the best romance right now it's between Anthony Joshua and his trainer Ben Davison. That's the best romance right now in AJ's life, because since that man came into his life, the man has been up and running. You can see the fire in AJ's eyes. AJ wants to knock you down at any time. He's looking for you. If you want to come, against AJ in the bout, toe-to-toe, AJ is ready to give to you. If you want knockout, AJ will bounce you out. What are you looking for? The man is going to give to you. But the truth is, it's going to be step by step. I read something in his ex handle. He said when he lost, Nigerians were the most people that criticized him. And it shouldn't be that Nigerians are the people now pushing him to go higher, and then when they beat him, we'll start, criticizing him again. I think it's just a matter of step by step. In as much as, yes, you've won 4 bouts in a row, no belts involved, yes. But it's a morale booster for you. It's like, let me not use football as part of this, but the thing is, the man is coming back to his best. I think the best of AJ is yet to be seen. Until AJ, fights these fights and then get to the point where he needs to fight for his belt, beat that person, get his belts back, I wouldn't say the best of AJ is back. But the truth is, yes, let's say, it's going to happen one way or the other. We won't be, you don't have to be running away from Usyk and Fury. Is it Fury? Yeah, Usyk and Fury. Any person that win, AJ is ready to fight anybody. But the truth is, he shouldn't start punching above his weight. Take it one step at a time. If a lesser opponent come, take the opponent. It's like preseason. In as much as Ngannou had big bodies, and I think that game between I was scared though before the game, but looking at the way the victory came, I think it's like a preseason to what's his name, AJ. So it's a training. Let the man just take one step at a time, and then if Eddie Hearn decide to bring in a bigger opponent for him, come on, face the opponent and then see what you can get from. But you should be careful because, one defeat can actually ruin your career. That's one thing. Boxing is in as much as a physical game, it's a psychological game too. After the bout between AJ and Ngannou, AJ had to advise Ngannou, don't leave boxing. Because you look at the way Ngannou lost that fight. The man, psychologically can disturb him. The man will just sit down and say, maybe boxing is not my calling, it's not my thing. But like I said, it's a psychological thing. One defeat can ruin your career. So I think AJ, yes, if it comes to the point that yes, you have to face Usyk or Fury, go for it. But for now, you should just mellow down and then see what comes in the future.
Reliance, do you think AJ is back?
He's not back. He shouldn't think of fighting any of those two guys yet. That's Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury. Yeah. Yes, the potential is there. In fact, that fight is waiting. That fight will come early next year. Because Tyson Fury had already said that the winner of Usyk, AJ Ngannou, will face the winner of Usyk Fury after the rematch. So if the first bout comes May 18, this time they say whether they like him or not. If they like, may somebody cut leg, may somebody break leg.
You go use crutches fight.
They will use crutches fight. So if the first bout comes up 18th of May, let's say the rematch comes up, say, November, because the Saudis are not joking, they will make that rematch happen within the year. Then whoever becomes the eventual all-time undisputed, who is likely to face AJ, say January or let's say spring next year. So that fight is there waiting. AJ will have another title shot, but is he back? No, I don't think he's back. This is something that was lacking in AJ's performance in the past. That ability to box. And then the pace has improved. The ability to box at distance and manage his muscle mass, which was also a problem. AJ originally has been a puncher, and punchers do have difficulties going the length because the level of oxygen, or I don't even know how to put it, in terms of their muscle mass and all of that, begin to weigh them down at some point. So if they don't get you out within the first 7 rounds, it becomes a problem to continue. They tend to struggle afterwards, breathe and all of that. But he has improved on that, has been able to manage that. So he now has that pace. He now has the ability to box. He has added that to his game. And then he has impressively improved on his footwork. AJ has improved tremendously on his footwork. And that's where the pace comes from, because your ability to move in the ring, we saw a glimpse of that in the rematch against Andy Rio Jr. Recall how he was mobile in the ring, against Andy Rio Jr., which was a good strategy to beat Andy Rio Jr., because if you stay face to face with Andy Rio Jr., he will batter you. I've not seen, I don't know, at the heavyweight division, I don't even know if Alexander Usyk has anything close to that kind of pace. If Rio Jr. gets you the first punch, he can get 3 more in succession in a split of seconds. That's how fast he is. So if you stay with him, he will batter you. But you could see the mobility of AJ in that rematch. Then Ben Davison comes in. There's been that improvement. So you could see the improvements in that force. So he has added these things to his boxing. But is it up to that level where he can confidently walk in and face somebody that has defeated him twice back to back? I don't think it is. Psychologically, I don't even think he has overcome that. Then Tyson Fury, who is a trickier fighter. Look, AJ might be a more complete boxer than Tyson Fury. Might even be a better boxer than Tyson Fury with the recent AJ we've seen. Might. But Tyson Fury is very tricky. It's very tricky that sometimes he might not have to box you, and he has that weight. If he lean on you and allow his weight on you, he weighs you down. He does that to one part of your body, you tend to feel the effect. So to face a Tyson Fury, a tricky Tyson Fury, you also need to be the very best you can be. So I don't think AJ is back by knocking out Francis Ngannou. Again, to be sincere, Anthony Joshua's fight in the last 4 bouts against Francis Ngannou should be the easiest. Should be the easiest he has had. It's Tyson Fury that made Ngannou look like he can cause a scare. Because in the bout against Fury probably didn't know what to expect. Tyson Fury Ngannou did what he did. And then the world was not talking about how Ngannou will be dangerous against AJ. Ngannou's fight against anybody at the heavyweight division should be the easiest of fights for that person at the heavyweight division, unless you don't know what you're doing in the boxing ring. And Anthony Joshua proved that. Although he's a much improved Anthony Joshua. When we say much improved, not like he wasn't better, but from when we saw the dip in his performance, the first fight against Andy Rio Jr. So it should be the easier, because you're fighting somebody that's basically coming over to your own territory and is not known to what you've been known for years. So he's coming there to adapt. Yes, he has that punching ability, and that's just it. Ngannou cannot box. He has that punching ability, and that's just it. And probably a couple of defense. And he gave himself up when he became overly confident against AJ. I mean, if you are a crossover fighter, you're fighting Anthony Joshua, and you are very confident, and in your head you are Tyson Fury, because you knocked down Tyson Fury. In your head you are Tyson Fury fighting against Anthony Joshua. It was the confidence that practically killed him, because he was a little bit more careful and cautious against Tyson Fury, and probably that's why he went the distance that he went. But against AJ, he felt like, I'm the Lion King. I can face you. I can knock you out. And then he got battered. He got sent to the canvas twice. And then the follow-up in the second knockdown was good night and light out Cameroon. The confidence killed him. So it should be the easiest fight for AJ, and AJ proved that to be so. So I cannot use that to judge AJ and say he's bad because you knocked out a crossover fighter. Now, anybody fighting Ngannou at the heavyweight division, fighting Ngannou should be the easiest fight you've had. Dylan White, Joseph Parker, who again do I mention? Otto Wallin, name them. Unless you practically don't know what you're doing at the heavyweight division. I don't even want to mention Deontay Wilder. Even a battered Deontay Wilder that we saw against Joseph Parker, Zhilei Zhang, all these guys, it should be the relatively easiest fight you should have. That's unless you're not just good enough for the heavyweight division. And AJ proved that. So I cannot use that to judge and say, what an impressive. Yes, why this is making the rounds and becoming a big thing. Ordinarily, it shouldn't be a big thing. It's like Jake Paul coming to boxing and a YouTuber, and Dylan White knocks out Jake Paul and he makes waves. Why should he make waves? You're fighting a YouTuber, for crying out loud. Somebody that is known to sit down on his laptop and pray. Oh, okay, Reliance goes into boxing and I fight.
Please do.
Don't they plan me? No, leave young chicks. So,
do you know why I was supporting you? At least something will come out. Like
something will come out.
It will be in your corner normally. Then once they batter you,
I mean, know when to throw in the towel. I beg. I can't go there and beg you. Don't leave me die inside before you throw in the towel.
No, don't worry. Once they just give Reliance the first one, I don't Reliance. Just did that. Don't come out.
If not Chooks be your trainer, then blow your first one.
And go turn eye.
Chooks, throw the towel. Chooks say they fight. Where the towel? Go, I don't know why. Where the towel?
Come on, to come fight. You don't see towel. Me, I go see your face in my glove. I go find towel. So it's like, let's say Zile Zhang, for instance, fighting Reliance. What I've known for how many years now is talk to the mic, press computer, and maybe take shots for creating content and all of that. And then Zile Zhang knocks me out, and that should make a news. No, it shouldn't make news. So Anthony Joshua beating Francis Ngannou ordinarily shouldn't make a news. Yes, the only difference here is that Ngannou has been in combat sport before now. He knows how to maybe throw, punch and stuff, but he was in a sport where he used almost every part of his body to fight. But it shouldn't make news that AJ knocks out Francis Ngannou. It shouldn't be so significant. But why it is doing that is because people underrated Francis Ngannou. Not Francis Ngannou now, Anthony Joshua.
Yes.
People feared for Anthony Joshua because of the level of competition that Ngannou gave to arguably the best in the division at the moment, Tyson Fury. Knock down Tyson Fury, So that's why he's making news. And AJ came in and he told him that he plays him where he belongs. So that is not good enough to use and say, okay, AJ is back. But here's the advantage. If AJ meets a crossover fighter, he should knock him out in the first or second round, and he did it. So that means there's an improvement, all right? That's the advantage. If Nigeria meets Sao Tome and Principe, they should score more than 6-7 goals. They scored 10. That means they are at the level expected. But is it good enough to say a struggling Nigeria that beats Sao Tome and Principe 10-0 will go toe-to-toe with... Which country should I even mention? No, leave Argentina. I don't even know Argentina because Argentina knows when to on and off. I'm looking for a country that has been there.
England.
Okay, Brazil.
Or France or Brazil.
France or Brazil.
We're beating them in friendlies.
No, don't beat them in friendly.
That
one are friendly, but
we're beating them.
But Nigeria always competes against Argentina, despite the defeats. Sometimes it has to be 2-1, 3-2, and all. So Nigeria, Messi was scoring. Musa was responding the last time. I think that was in the Russia 2018 World Cup.
That was Brazil 2014. Russia 2014 was 2-1.
Was 2-1, yeah. So that's why I didn't really want to use Argentina. So if Nigeria beats Sao Tome and Principe, does it really mean that Nigeria a struggling Nigeria, they struggle, they just catch so much people, and you're like, Nigeria is back. Yes, Nigeria is back because they've been able to score 10 as expected against Sao Tome and Principe. But is it really good enough to say Nigeria can now bamba with Brazil? I don't think so. A struggling AJ has regained, gradually climbing back the ladder in the previous 3 fights. He should be able to knock out Ngannou in first or second round, and he did that. Yes, improvement. He has gotten himself to some extent, but is it really good enough to use and say this man can now face Alexander Usyk that battered him twice in succession, or can now face arguably the best in the division at the moment as in Fury? I don't think it is, unless he faces, say, Joe Parker, because he has defeated Joe Parker before, But the level of confidence on Joseph Parker these days, is high. After he did what he did against Deontay Wilder, the level of confidence that the man has at this point is something else. So I don't even know who I should mention, because every other person that I likely want to mention are people that AJ has defeated in the past. So unless he faces he has defeated Dylan White in the past. Maybe Joe Joyce. Is he even Joe Joyce? Let me stick with Joe Parker. Let me stick Joe Parker, because again, Joseph Parker defeated Deontay Wilder in that fashion. It was in the undercard of the bout against of the Joshua Ngannou fight. He won. He defeated Zhilei Zhang. He floored Zhilei Zhang twice, and then recovers to become WBO mandatory challenger for Tyson Fury's belt. So unless he faces a Joe Parker that has so much confidence right now, and then knocks out Joe Parker in the first 3 rounds, I'll now tell you, come on, AJ is fully back. But for now, I think he still needs to get some more fights. Probably go back to those guys he has defeated before and see how to be. Because apart from those guys, at this point, it looks like AJ Deontay Wilder will be one-sided because of what Joe Parker did to Wilder. So I think you will have to maybe go back to those guys. Maybe the likes of Joe Parker, there has won before, Dylan White, Luis Ortiz, So if he does that against these guys, because to me, these are the guys these are second-class heavyweight fighters. I have first-class heavyweight fighters. AJ is there. Alexander Usyk finds his way in. Tyson Fury is there. Deontay Wilder is there. Then the second class will be the likes of maybe Dylan White, Joe Parker, and also I think he will need to face these guys again, before he now think of those. And it's time for him from now till December. He can squeeze in, let's say, 2 more fights if he wants, or 1 more to get ready. Then we can now talk about AJ being fully back.
Okay, let's not forget that the phone lines are there for you to call in and share your thoughts. Yes, we expect you to call in and share your thoughts on everything we've talked about. We talked about the African Games. Yes, no longer the All African Games. Actually be renamed the African Games Accra 2023. And what do you make of Team Nigeria's performance so far? Although it's just table tennis, wrestling, and badminton being the sports that have taken place or been played at the moment. 0817 0000951, 0817 0000951, and 0810 9510951, 0810 9510951. Or you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal. Hello, caller. Good evening and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Ogogo.
Good evening, Tony Hosford.
Yeah, the Lions, Young Troops, and Benjamin Luna.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Yeah.
Ovia is here.
Yeah, I mean, AJ really proved me wrong. Honestly, I watched the fight between me and himself and Ngannou. But although Ngannou really underrated him, just because he fought and almost held, and I think the most dreaded as at the time boxer, that is Tyson Fury. He almost held him, down. So he went with that mindset, thinking that AJ was the former. It's not. It's not yet back from his shop, out of the shop. So he went with that mindset. That's why AJ could, explore that vulnerability. And he survived the fight. That right hook that gets on his protective cup, almost getting his left wobbling. That second round, he would have given up, but I think it was out of shape. He went the third round. The third blow was, and it ended everything. I think AJ he tried. Just like the last take. He's not yet back. I think it's halfway, so 50%. Yes, going by because he fought a crossover fighter like Ngannou. That does not mean this. But the only thing that gave him that boost is that he did this thing to Tyson Fury. So and Ngannou too. If I could do this to the most dreaded boxer, Who's AJ? That's why he went. With all the punch in packed in his hand, in his fist, he couldn't deliver. So that is by the way. And when you come to, let's talk about the ongoing African Games in Accra. But the Nigerians their performance are abysmally going by their results. The medal table. Egypt 39 in all, 23. That is phenomenal. I don't see anyone beating Egypt though. I share same sentiment with Ogogo. No one, nobody except it's a miracle. 23, and I just don't know. We seem not to take sports seriously, honestly. You know, Nigeria used to be, on top when it comes to table tennis. That's a young chief. Young chief was arguing that Nigeria or not. Look at the days of Akandamusa, Jack. On the continent, they used to be the top of the continent. When you talk about, now it comes to talk about, Padri, who held that position for a long time, very long time. That Nigeria was first on the continent, but Egypt recently came and overtake them. But that does not mean they are pushovers now. But when you come to even the boxing area, Nigerians have boxers, good boxers like Bash Ali, they have cruiserweight on the corner, has become even the oldest boxer. Come to talk about Peter Koyegwasi, 1984 Olympics, Los Angeles. We talk about Jeremiah Okolo Dudu. Talk about Charles Nwokolo. We talk about the Peter Wapa, Duncan Dokwari. They are just there. But only we don't seem to give priority to our sports people. That's the only thing. Not with the talent, with the pool of talent Nigeria have. I don't think any African country can come close. Yes, can conclude. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts there, Tony. I do have to keep the calls coming in 081700000951 and 0810951091. Or you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, which is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962, as we get ready to go delve into the world of football, as we've got a Super Sunday clash that's going to kick off in the next 12 minutes, the game between Liverpool and Manchester City at Anfield. Yes, we've talked about boxing, Formula One, and also the African Games. What do you think? What's your take on Nigeria's performance? Do you think it's going to be smooth sailing for Max Verstappen, or do you think Anthony Joshua is actually ready to take on the heavyweights and he is back to his best? While wait for your calls, call me 0817-0000951 and 0810-9510951. Let's head over to the world of football and let's give you starting lineups from the game between Liverpool and Manchester City. Well, Liverpool are lined up in a 4-3-3 formation, their regular formation, and in goal we have Calvin Kelleher. The four-man backline we have Conor Bradley, Jarrell Kwanzaa, Virgil van Dijk, and Joe Gomez. In midfield we have Wataru Endo, Alexis McAllister, and Dominic Szoboszlai, and up front we have Harvey Elliott, Darwin Núñez, and Luis Diaz. Hello, Conor. Good evening and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Ernest from Ndele.
Yeah, this is Henry. I think you.
Yeah, good evening.
I want to react to what Leon just said concerning Anthony Joshua.
Go ahead.
Now, look at what Anthony Joshua said after the fight between him and Oga. He said, losing isn't good, but what he does for me is help me, new fighters, come through and tell them how to improve. If I was the AJ of old, it would have been strength versus strength. But I have been able to go in there and take him. Ngannou without receiving any damage. Now, there was also a part of the way he said, when he was referring to Tyson Fury, he said, if they want him, let them knock at his door and he will take them. So whoever that is saying that Joshua is not bad to go and kick again, you'll be saying this before you know it. Joshua will beat Fury hands down. Because I've been watching people for like over a year now. You keep on saying it's not bad, it's not bad, it's not bad. He has fought up to 3 to 4 fights. He has won all of them. And this one was like, when I told you that he was going to meh this guy, people said, no, because of what the kind of competition Ngannou did to Tyson Fury. And don't you think that beating Ngannou this way should send message to these people that there is something about this Joshua that he can actually do to Fury? I keep saying this thing. What are the opponents that gave Fury a run for his money? Joshua has always, beat them in a way that Fury couldn't do. So that should tell you that if they should allow this to happen, Joshua would damage Fury. What are the people are saying here? This guy is back. He's not the old AJ. He has regained his mentality. He's back. You can see the way he's boxing now. It no longer depends on knockout. If you want this fight back to go to a 12 round, Joshua is only for you. So wherever way this want to come in, is it through a knockout or through maybe completing the round? Joshua will take him. So all the people are saying, yeah, it's a mistake. The young man is back, and whenever he does well, please, let's give him the flower he deserves. If Tyson Fury could not do it to Ngannou, and Joshua was able to do just 1.5 round, a man that gave Fury a run for his money, that people are even today, it's debatable that he won that fight. The same thing to Otowale, people are still saying it's not bad. What would you do? Even if those you are mentioning today, I remember that last time people that were talking about this United States man, that because he has one hand, that's why I can understand that. The same man, Parker beat him. Nobody gave Parker a chance.
Okay.
But Parker did that man. So give Joshua a chance. And I must tell you, if that fight should cement between Joshua and Fury, or Joshua and Deontay Wilder, Joshua would damage them. Can't you what he's doing now? Can't you see he has improved? Can't you see that Joshua is not a different boxer altogether from what you used to know him as? Oh please, when you say Joshua is not yet back, it tells me a lot. He is back and he can take anybody. He can say this. If they are ready, let them knock at his door and you face them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, Ernest from Ndele there. And he says, and he does believe Anthony Joshua is back. Lance, the man has told you that Joshua is back, as you're saying Joshua is not back.
Well, he has the right to see things from different angles. Ernest, I equally retain the right to also see things from different angles. It's a case of he gets into the ring and then, we see what happens between Anthony Joshua and Alexander Usyk. Like I said, Henry, the fight is going to happen, Yes. And I think the boxing world will prefer Joshua Fury, because we've seen Joshua Usyk before. We've seen Joshua Usyk twice. We see Usyk having the upper hand. Yes, there's going to be that argument that it wasn't this particular Joshua, because again, Usyk was a better boxer, has been a better boxer compared to Anthony Joshua. That's in terms of skills, not in terms of the sport. Before they will come at me. So Usyk has been more of a boxer, compared to Anthony Joshua, that has been more of a puncher, before now. So the boxing world would prefer that all British bouts between Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Let's say that things will stay the same as they are, or let's say Usyk with the advantage, because May 18, Usyk Fury, there's a rematch clause that's going to happen. Fury himself admitted that the winner of Ngannou Joshua will face the winner of Usyk Fury after the rematch. So it's definitely going to happen. But my advice is Joshua should take another bout within this period of time. Go for those guys that probably has won before. And I will really want it to happen. I would advise he takes Joe Parker, because like I said, the confidence of Joseph Parker at this point is over the moon. He took 2 knockdowns was floored twice by Zile Zhang. He recovered to beat Zile Zhang via majority decision in the undercard. That was like a semi main event for me, because Joe Parker Zile Zhang should hog headlines, So Ennis has the right to retain his opinion, which is fine. It's going to be proven, when these two guys are in the ring eventually.
Hello, caller. Good evening and welcome to the show.
Good evening.
Good evening. Name and location, please.
Reliance, my name is Zero. I'm calling you from. I called yesterday when I was in Mola.
Okay. Okay, Zero. This is actually Henry.
Oh, sorry, Henry. And your guest in the studio.
Yeah. They greet you as well.
Okay, I just want to speak a little about this Joshua thing.
Go ahead.
Joshua is a boxer, he's a fighter. You see, because of his soft nature, people underrate him. And I don't know why they say Joshua is bad, whatever. Joshua underrated Andy Ruiz, and he paid heavily for it. The second time he entered cautiously and regained his belt. Same thing with Usyk the first time. When the unanimous point decision went on the second round, he was so angry and was like, how come? How did you win me? How did you do it? He stormed out of the ring and came back and was asking that question. Because Joshua is looking forward to go to Usyk to prove a point. Any day, anytime he has told, Fury is the one that turned down this fight because of money agreement and whatsoever. Once they are saying any promoter, Joshua is ready to face anybody. Dillian White said that he has never seen anybody who points as hard as Joshua. But while he repeated the same thing, I never know that Joshua passed to such a point. This that as it stands today, Joshua is number one heavyweight. In the last 11 months, he has had 4 knockdowns. How many has Usyk had? How many has Fury had? How many was coming? They have the belt. He said, let him fight Parker to prove. He collected the IBO from Parker. He did knock down Parker. He knocked down Bezo to collect all those belts and he defied those 3. So whatever, if anybody comes across just at this point, I say it's a knockdown, it's a knockout. So anybody who is saying that let him prove a point, he has no point to. He just wants his belt back and then to be the champion again. That is his mentality now. That is what he is. He may look soft, he may be soft-spoken, he may not know not how to talk trash. But I tell you, that guy delivers in the ring. Ngono is coming back. Ngono will fight again. Maybe because of the way people told him and then he wasn't so prepared. But he opened up himself too much. He's a great fighter. He's a good fighter. He opened up himself and just saw it and capitalized. The same places he was punching, that's it. The same knockdown. We are from the same place. He opened up and then he punched him at the left temple. So that Ngono is 37. He's not has nothing to do with MMA again. UFC may call him or PFL may call him. But I bet he wants to make all the money he can with boxing. He's a big name in boxing now. Anybody wants to go to him to make the money. Him, he's 37. He comes out until 40. He has only 2 or 3 years to go and then he's out. So he's out there to make all the money he can. Because all the last 2 fights, I've given him 20 times the money he's made in MMA. So let's not underrate that guy. He knows what he's doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there, Zero. Great to have you on the show. Yes, and now we have the big game between Liverpool and Manchester City on the screens, getting ready to start off the players on the pitch and doing just the usual pre-match formalities before kickoff. And let's run through the Manchester City lineup. Well, City are playing a 3-2-4-1 formation, Guardiola's box formation. And in goal, we have Ederson, the 3-man backline. We have Kyle Walker, Manuel Akanji, and Nathan Ake. The 2 men sitting in front of them are John Stones and Rodri, while the 4 men just behind the lone striker in Erling Braut Haaland are Julian Alvarez, Bernardo Silva, Kevin De Bruyne, and Phil Foden. Yes, the big game is up on our screens, the Super Sunday clash between Liverpool and Manchester City. A lot of people are saying this will potentially be the game to decide the title this season in the English Premier League. Benjamin, is that the case?
It's one of those games that decides the title. It's not really potential decider because Manchester City really have to play Arsenal at the Etihad. So I think this is one of those games that decides the title. Whoever wins it here becomes both of them are actually the front runners for the title, but whoever wins it here have the upper hand and advantage for the title, probably one hand on the title, because it's one of the title deciders. And I see this is Anfield. You know how noisy the Anfield Stadium can be, and players that have played there, especially opposition players, actually testifying to the fact that it's one of the hardest stadiums to play. So let's hope the match lives to the hype and expectations of the fans, and for the neutrals, a lot is at stake in this game, not just for the players that are playing, but for the pointers and possibly the bookmakers, pointers, and other club fans, the fans of Arsenal, hoping that Liverpool beats City, or possibly the game ends in a stalemate. And then as a Manchester United fan, they don't even have anything here. But because they lost to City, their rivals, they would want Liverpool to beat City, probably, so that make it be say, then get small bragging, small say he beat us, want somebody to beat you, this kind of thing. But let's just hope, like I said earlier, let's just hope that the match lives to the high expectations of the fans, the hype of the media, and hopefully the Super Sunday clash. Well, it's Manchester City with one of the opportunities, but a very good tackle from there by Gary McAllister, I think, and then Manchester City with the upper hand so far. They've had fair share of the possession, though the game is just starting, 1 minute of the clock going to 2 minutes, but all the same, this game is going to have opportunities. The goalkeepers are actually the best goalkeeper for today's game is going to win his team the 3 points, if there's going to be a 3 point for me.
Now, Reliance, what are we looking at when it comes to approach from both managers? We've seen the way Jurgen Klopp has set up his side, and we've also seen the way Pep Guardiola has actually set up his side. What are we to expect from both managers when it comes to approaching the game?
Well, you want to say that Pep has decided to be a little bit cautious and probably solidify the midfield. It's a box formation for Pep Guardiola. You have Rodri there, you have John Stones, who are most likely going to sit, and then you have Bernardo Silva and Kevin De Bruyne, who are not going to be very mobile. Their mobility is going to be limited, so they are more or less looking at how much they can stay within the midfield and win the midfield, then leaving Phil Foden on one side and then Julian Alvarez on the other side to be very mobile. So it's like it's a battle for the midfield for Pep Guardiola. He wants to win the midfield. He wants to dictate play because he knows how pacey Liverpool players can be. So when they have the opportunity and they find those spaces, they can be very pacey and they can be very dangerous. And Manuel Akanji is not the fastest of players when it comes to battling with probably the pace of Darwin Núñez, coming up front. So I think it's a case of I'm being a bit cautious, but at the same time, I want to attack, I want to dictate what happens on the field of play. And then for Liverpool, the usual 4-3-3 formation, you want to count on the pace of the players. Of course, you know how dangerous Liverpool fullbacks can be, on a very good day. They can equally create for the team. They can, at the same time, contribute to numbers, within the middle. And that adds to the strength of the midfield. Szoboszlai, Endo, McAllister, these guys are quick players and they have the strength equally to battle whatever, may come out from them. So it's more or less a balanced formation for Jurgen Klopp, attacking minded, expected to do the runnings and at the same time see how you can curtail those, counter positions when Man City come with it. And at the same time, see how you want to build. Klopp doesn't want to hold on to the ball for too long. He wants to unleash. He wants to find those spaces and then attack. He equally want to maintain balance at the same time. So he goes with his usual four-man defense line: Bradley, Kwanzaa, Van Dijk, Gomez. And Bradley and Gomez are expected to do a lot of the runnings, and I'll equally create for the team and maybe add to the numbers in the middle. So it's a bit balanced for Jurgen and to attack. And it's a little bit cautious, I want to have the strength in the middle for both sides. So I think the match is going to be decided by fine margins, because when I look at how both coaches have set up for this one, and they have pacey players, everywhere, the players with strength, then it definitely should be fireworks between both sides, and fine margins decides who eventually emerge victorious.
Now, if you're coming over to you now, we're looking at this game. I mean, I can't really say who wants it more, but we look at this game now. We look at Jurgen Klopp, definitely the quadruple. He's looking at it. Let me not just say the quadruple now, but the English Premier League now is what's it's majorly at stake now, as both Liverpool and Manchester City square off at Anfield at the moment. Now, does whoever gets to win this game, does it mean game set or title set and everyone is them? They're the ones to win the title at the end of proceedings?
I will say that after this game, you still have like 10 or 9 more matches to go, and anything can go on. We know what happened to Arsenal last season. A few games to go, and then they bottle it up. And then again, you look. Though I would say the person that wins this match and then keeps on an impressive form will be able to claim the title. But then again, you still have to look at Arsenal. And then you have to look at the remaining games ahead. You don't just need to just say, okay, I've won this match, I've won the title. You still have to look at the remaining 9 games, how you're going to play. Injuries might even still play a part in the title run. And you may your main players are out. There's a whole change in your form. There's a whole change in the pressure you keep and your own mentality. So it's who keeps on the impressive form, who keeps on that mentality throughout the season. I'm talking for Arsenal, Liverpool, and Manchester City. Which of these 3 keep on that impressive form and mentality? Those are the people that are going to get this title at the end of the season.
Henry, 90% of the time this season, this is where the Premier League winner belongs to. Liverpool City, 90% of the time. And this could potentially decide what happened, because look, you're looking at the gap if Liverpool wins this match, it gives them a host of advantage going into the remainder of the season, because you're looking at 4-point difference between themselves and second place Man City. So Man City will need to do all they can to get points, or at least a point, which is the least they can get from this match, because they are more disadvantaged if they don't get something. So that's why it looks like it might be the title decider. Because after now, Man City were supposed to play Brentford. That match is not going to be played. Instead, they'll play Arsenal next, another title contender at the Etihad. So Man City are a little bit condemned to win this match, to put their chances in trouble, because the way that Liverpool has been going thus far, at least since the circumstances of the league resume, doesn't look like a team that wants to slow down. They've been able to scrap the points when it matters. So that's why this match looks a little bit like a title decider, because if you lose 4 points, that's City. If you win, 4-point difference, advantage Liverpool. And then City will have to face Arsenal, inform Arsenal after this particular match. So it's all to play for both sides. And like I said, 90% of the time, this is where the Premier League winner belongs to. Because in as much as Arsenal have proven that they can contend for the title, they contended for the title last season, they've been quite impressive this season. 8 matches on a road thus far, scoring over 35 goals in the process. And you're looking at which team has been able to do that this season. You just have to mention Arsenal. But, there've been improvement, of course, mental-wise for Arsenal as well. There've been improvement. The stamina is probably, crawling back. They have maybe decent numbers on the bench that they can call upon, to deliver for the team. But they just need to win the league to regain that trust. That psychological or mental wise, that they can go all out. And that's why I say 90% of the time, this is where the title, the winner for this season belongs. And that's why this match is very important. Advantage, 1 point is more advantage Liverpool than Manchester City, let alone 3 points. So Man City are more or less condemned to win this match, because it might decide what happens to them going forward.
And Benjamin, coming over to you now, we've seen some interesting, will you say, battles, but where are the key battles? Where is this game going to be won and lost?
I think so far the City side have been dominant on in the midfield section of the pitch. Look at Liverpool. it's like Endo just doing the running around in that midfield, and McAllister, so far we've not seen McAllister in the game. But I think City have the upper hand in the midfield section of the pitch, like I said earlier, and Liverpool are trying to send the ball to the wings where you have the likes of Darwin Núñez, and he does the running from the flank. But if Liverpool keep doing that, I think they are going to actually not get anything in this game, in this first half, because you need to spread the balls, because you don't need to start looking for, in as much as Darwin Núñez have got pace, and he's actually, when Liverpool are not with the ball, he steady himself on the flank, because he knows that the long ball is going to come and he needs to run and then possibly get something out of it. But I think Liverpool needs to start spreading the balls and leave that, always sending the balls to the flank. We just saw one that Bernardo Silva actually, shielded him and then got that ball. If Darwin Núñez had gotten that ball, is something, he could pounce on. We know what the man can do late. But the truth is, what that pattern has been tried like 3-4 times and it has not worked. So I think they need to change. But it's just early days in the game, and it's just with the fans, the fans and then the media to just keep calm, and then hopefully watch the game. Like I said, we hope that the game live up to expectations and then the hype that we've given this game.
Okay, yes, Liverpool currently playing out a goalless draw with Manchester City at Anfield. That game, we have played 11 minutes on the clock, yes, at Anfield. And Liverpool currently playing out a goalless draw with Manchester City, yes. Now, there's been some interesting things or interesting facts about this game. The fact that no side, or just 2 of the last 30 Premier League matches between Liverpool and Manchester City have actually been won by the away team. So it's not a common thing to actually see the away team get a victory in this fixture in the English Premier League. So, I mean, Liverpool-Man City, one of the biggest clashes in English football. Well, let's get to hear from you. 0817-00000951 and 0810-951-0951. What do you think of this game, and who do you think will come out victorious as Liverpool square off against Manchester City? 0817 00000951 and 0810-951-0951. There's that talk that whoever gets to win this game gets to be the champion of the English Premier League. Hello, caller. Good evening and welcome to the show.
Football guy. Good evening to you too.
Good evening. Name and location, please.
My name is Steven. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt, Steven Nido. I think Man City will carry out, will be the winner of the game, because they are in their need to be at the front. If they win this match, they will be at the maybe second to Arsenal. So I think that match, Man City will win them. Liverpool have not dropped points since the second half of this season. I think this is the match that they are going to lose, and they will drop on maybe their next match that they will win and climb back to the top. That is my take.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts. Well, Liverpool have actually lost the second half of the season. They did lose to Arsenal by 3-1, so they have lost. But they're yet to lose at Anfield so far this season, and they just came very close here with Conor Bradley flashing a ball across the post and Darwin Núñez at the back post sliding to try and get his leg on the ball and just colliding with the post there. I mean, that has to be a painful one. Reliance.
Yeah, very painful. Attempted to see if he can tuck in the ball into the back of the net. The cross that came from Bradley from the right hand side, and Darwin Núñez at the left hand side attempted to tuck it into the back of the net and then slide it onto the woodwork with his waist, so to speak. And it was a very painful one, but he's back on his feet. Play continue. Liverpool looking for the opportunity, trying to see if they can utilize the spaces created by Manchester City. We've not seen much of those spaces created. Rather, it has been City, enjoying those spaces. Because, when you're playing a 4-3-3 formation, definitely you expect those spaces to be there. When somebody's having to box the midfield together, you expect him equally to have the advantage, in the middle. But so far, Liverpool trying to attack from the wings. I think that was the very first time they were able to pull the attacking thread through from the wing. A cross that found Bradley. Bradley was able to dribble Nathan Ake and then took that more like a shot, but eventually it looked like it was a cross rather that Darwin Núñez attempted. Even though, as we see Liverpool again on the ascendancy, another cross from the left-hand side from Darwin Núñez this time around, looking for Luis Diaz, at the left-hand side, control by Diaz, and then Liverpool back again building from the middle, just somewhere close to the edge of Man City's box. So Liverpool are looking at spreading things from the wing because Klopp understands that the midfield is basically box, and again they've been able to break into the box from the wing. I think they might want to utilize more of where Nathan Ake is, because that looks like the weak point, for Man City at the moment. The side, because Pep is playing a 3-man back line. Nathan Ake on one side, Manuel Akanji in the middle, then Kyle Walker on the other side. You definitely don't want to go to where Kyle Walker is. He's a very experienced defender. He's not the most pacey defender, but he has the technical know-how to manage pacey, wingers. He has done that to Kylian Mbappe, who is arguably one of the most pacey winger world football has seen recently. Then there's Luis Diaz on the other side is equally pacey, quite energetic. So I think Walker can contain him, but Ake at this side will have to contain Bradley, and possibly the strength of maybe Endo and these other guys, coming up front. And that's where it looks like the weak point is, and Klopp wants to exploit that weak point, hit it as much as you can to see if something comes out from there. So far, I think Klopp is still reading the game, looking at where he wants to find, but from the middle, City looks stable.
Okay, it looks like an interesting battle between both sides, Manchester City and Liverpool. Currently at Anfield, that game in the 16th minute, and it's goalless. Yes, Liverpool currently enjoying possession as things stand. Now, Chooks, you're Mikel Arteta, you're watching this game. Know that your side played a fantastic game yesterday night, or you say were luckily got a 2-1 victory over Brentford. I don't know, will I say
fair?
Ramsdale did make 2 very fantastic saves yesterday.
That's why it's in goal after making a blunder. Of course, Arsenal wouldn't have considered if not for Ramsdale.
Yeah, definitely.
So I don't think that was luck. That was stuff of champions in the waiting, so to speak. Even though they don't think they win anything, but yeah, that was that's the kind of mental stamina you need going into a season that you are looking to win the English Premier League. A goal down, a mistake considered by your player. After you've been in front, Diaz was very much free. That should be McAllister, yeah?
It was actually for Szoboszlai.
Okay. So that's the kind of mentality you need. You scored first, a mistake by your player led to an equalizer, and you're able to bounce back to win. And then the player who committed the mistake in Ramsdale more or less technically redeemed himself with making those 2 important saves. So I don't think that was luck. I think that was a different Arsenal, the kind of Arsenal that likely or is contending for the Premier League title, and they are showing it that, look, we know how to grind out results when it matters. Because look at Liverpool against Nottingham Forest. That was grinding out results, and Arsenal did something similar, yesterday when they played who did they play yesterday? Brentford. So yeah, I don't think that was luck.
Okay, now, Chooks, you're Mikel Arteta. You got your victory against Brentford yesterday. You're watching this game. What's going through your mind at the moment?
Mikel Arteta, I can't sleep now. I think it concern me. You see, it seems that we were expecting Liverpool to win the game. Or that's the goal.
But I think there is an offside.
Nunes is off.
It looked off. Actually, we'll wait to see. We'll wait to confirm from
it. That was an offside. Offside. That was offside. I think. Okay, back to the. I think we should be a tight one for the. That's
he's off. Definitely offside. Definitely offside there from Darwin Nunes. But you have to hail his awareness to actually know that Luis Diaz was running beside him, knowing he's a striker.
For me, I think the man has done his job. I think you talk about winning Premier League or winning any competitions. What you do is win your game and pray that result comes your way or favors your own way or your own path. But me personally, I would just, if I should be Pep. I say Pep Arteta. I feel I will just go straight to the point. Let my boys be psyched mentally. Let him be good. I'll let them be able to have the stamina to continue pushing, because we saw what happened last season and you say, okay, these boys actually try to sustain themselves, but inability of them to be able to harness their talent and push themselves to talents plus the mentality and the stamina to push or win the Premier League is going to be, that was the problem last season. So for now, I think me being Arteta, I will just say what you should do is keep calm, first of all. Yeah, the win against Brentford was more or less a difficult win, apart from You say, okay, with Ramsdale being one of the culprits for allowing the Arsenal team struggle at that match, because you say they had no business conceding in the first half, despite the fact they were controlling the game from that that's how they whistle to at least 45 minutes. Fast forward, it's going to be thinking about the match next week. I have to play Man City next week, and what you should pray is that okay, let's see City drop points, and maybe I try to win the game against, and we'll play together at Emirates Stadium. So that should be the plan for Arteta. But if you talk about him really thinking about this game, thinking about this game, I think it's just he should take a chill pill and talk about his trying to sustain the players' mentality and focus on the match. I think games come day by day, or it comes gradually. You don't actually begin to kick yourself ahead of time because of you trying to win a competition. You see how Pep has been able to win this competition for the three times, and he's trying to do it for the fourth time. He knows what he has been doing for the past 4 seasons to help him to sustain himself. You don't think about other matches. What he should do is concentrate on winning your own matches. Then you have to keep on yourself a challenger. But I feel if Arsenal loses the ground, then you talk about them. Whatever happens today, it does not matter again. So you have to actually do your own part and make sure, like a Nigerian angle, do your own part and leave the rest for God. But now, yes, that's the Nigerian angle. Now you do your part and leave the rest for God. But in the sporting world, you put in the hard work, you pray, or you actually make sure, or you wish that luck falls on your side, and make sure your challengers actually fall part of on the roadside. But it's going to be difficult. Nobody actually expects Arsenal to win. I'm not saying nobody. I think 90% of fans of pundits to actually know that Arsenal might not win the Premier League because of the hood that's chasing them on the table. That's the fearsome Man City and very courageous Liverpool team with this club. We have seen him drive this team with even though they lost with a 1 point difference. You say this team can able to show themselves strong and able to make themselves so big and talk about competitions. 50-50 for me. Talents might be unavailable for Arsenal, but what you should do is this: try to psych your players' mentality, make them look like a beast, because that was what happened last season. You had the talent, you had the winning mentality, you did everything doable, and you did it until the last 10 games of the season. And what killed you was your mentality. You don't actually go into Premier League or win the Premier League without that kind of mentality. That's the only issue. So Arteta, first off, relax, give these boys a break. Then second, you take the psyche of these players as priority. Leave what they play on the pitch, what your opponent play on the pitch, because you know if you don't win your own part, or if you don't do your own part, then there's no doubt we're talking about you being a challenger again. So I have to keep winning. I have to just keep winning, get my own result well. Then you say Man City or Liverpool anytime, any day, can actually drop off points if they have a bad day in the office. So first off, relax. Second, do your part. That's the composition. Leave this. Let me look at the games of other teams. If you don't win, you can't do anything. If you can't win, you can't actually talk about you being a challenger. So that's the main issue. Leave the Man City versus Liverpool game, and that's 1-0.
And Manchester City have just taken the lead.
I didn't even see that come myself.
How did that happen?
I didn't even see that coming. It looked like, at first sight, it looked like it was side netting, but you need to look intently to see that it was a goal across from the right-hand side that found stones. Was it stones? Okay, stones. And then he just more like a tapping kind of situation, but from an angle that was a little bit tight. We are yet to see the replays. We have a full picture of what happened. Looked like it was an assist from Kevin De Bruyne. So the replay will give us a very good picture of what happened. So it was a cross from the right hand side, and then it was an award of it on. Maybe they were trying to keep him offside. They were trying to keep offside. I think
this stone's offside, because I know you can't be offside from a corner, right?
I think yeah, you can't be offside.
You can't.
It's on a throwing ball that you can't
be offside.
And then there is what's his name, shielding. There's Ake shielding McAllister. I don't know if that's gonna count for anything. Yeah, as if don't know if that's gonna count for anything. But at the moment, we're not seeing the video assistant referee indication of a check of the goal. Play continues, so the goal stands. So Liverpool leading,
Man City
leading. I beg your pardon. They've been on the ascendancy actually since the blast of the whistle they've been the side with the most chances created. They've been the side most threatening. Liverpool just got Diaz off. The very first one was that Bradley cross looking for Darwin Núñez, or more like a shot at goal that eventually turned out to be a cross in which Darwin Núñez attempted to tuck it into the back of the net. That didn't work out. And then along the line, they had another one and another one. That goal that was scored by Darwin Núñez that was clearly offside. But before then, it has been a flurry of Man City, on the ascendancy pressing. Man City actually pressed, but in the last 5 minutes, the strength, the momentum of the pressing of City has reduced, because along the line, Liverpool were able to get themselves back into the match and then try to seize the opportunities, try to dominate play from the middle of the park as well. But that said, it's been City creating more of the dangerous chances compared to Liverpool. I mean, goal attempt has been 4 for Manchester City, 2 for Liverpool, and then no shot on target for Liverpool thus far, whereas City will have more than 2. So that gives you an idea or the picture of what has happened in the past 20 minutes. They've been more dangerous, Manchester City, but it looks like there's going to be an opportunity for Liverpool to equalize. Diaz with the ball, looking to cross in, and then parried away by Ederson. Danger averted, and it's going to be an offside spotted. Darwin Núñez again finds himself beyond the lines where he's not supposed to have an advantage. So City are deserved leaders at the moment. Liverpool will need to do more. They've been trying to see how they can create from the wing. A little bit has been working, but not quite as dangerous as Man City has been. So deserved leaders after 26 minutes of football played at Anfield, Manchester City.
Well, City have only gotten to win once at Anfield since 2001. Will they make it a second time today as they do take on Liverpool? Now, if you're coming over to you now, we're in a situation whereby this is probably the last time we get to see Jurgen Klopp play Pep Guardiola. Maybe in another season, in another league, but in the Premier League, by the looks of things, this is the last time we get to see both managers come up against each other.
Yes, unless maybe we do see them in the FA Cup. Maybe they do meet each other in the FA Cup, but for
we all know that Liverpool is not in the Champions League. So.
Okay, but for now, this might be the last time we've seen them, and I don't think that's what Klopp is even thinking about right now, that this is the last time I'm taking on this man. Let me go out with a bang. What's going be going through his head is, let me just finish this match and move on to the next match. As you see, they already won't go down, and what's in the mind of him and all the players is, let's just get the goal back and then get this leveled, and then from there start building on and then see if we can get the win, and then from there we move on to the next match and then we claim the title. I don't think there's anything going through his or Pep Guardiola's head that this is the last time we're facing each other. Let's give a performance performance for the ages. I don't think that was going through their head.
I think that should be the main factor. I think Liverpool players are looking at, let's give this man the big outgoing celebration, because this is part of football. Emotions are part of football. You say, okay, this man has been with us for the past 5 years, and you say we have won a lot of trophies under his administration. So why not me or we give him that benefit of the doubt by giving him that loud shout out and say, okay, he has done extremely well.
Inside this match, where did they play? Now you the reason that one.
Yes, now see, that's the simple.
Inside this match,
this is one of the title deciders.
These coaches are not even thinking. You know, even that's in the reason they are.
No.
Talking on the view of the players, not the coaches.
Even the players, that's in the okay, fine.
That's determination.
Fine.
What Trent even said to Haaland. We saw the interview. Trent even said Haaland had to clap back at him. So for now, I think that's what I agree with you. That's what they are thinking. But on the manager's side, I don't think they have any doubt, because what they tell them and what the players bring on the pitch is going to be very different when they come to the pitch.
It can't be different. What the manager tells the player is most likely going to be the same. But you talk about individual brilliance. I say, okay, sometimes the players can actually outperform the coaches' expectations. And you say, okay, this is one of the key. You talk about key players' performance. Like you said, Salah, many coaches might actually say, okay, let's defend, or it will be at the outcome, okay, it will be defend, and all of a sudden you see it will be scoring hat-trick. That's not the coach expectations for it will be at that match. But what he did was just, you talk about in the real brilliance, he showed himself in the game. That does not make the coach faulty in his tactics. It makes the player a good player. So that's backbone. So the match here, I think, as much as we are looking at this match as maybe it might be, it should be one of the title deciders. Because this match now, if anybody loses this match, well, the game is draw, it now become fair. But once you drop 3 points here now, you know that it's very hard for you to catch maybe a City team. Okay, let's imagine as it should be a result after the end of 90 minutes. Liverpool loses to City 1-0. And at the back of their head now, or back of the club's head is, we have lost the game. What you should do for me is, let's go back there and try to regenerate ourselves and maybe win the title, because I'm actually leaving the club. That's one of the mentality of club might actually have. That's insinuations, that's just speculations.
That has been like a campaign this season. So it's not just about this match. No, it has been like a campaign this season that is imminent.
No, relax.
Jurgen Klopp is leaving Liverpool at the end of the season. The players want to do him a proper send forth for a proper send forth, which is, there's no proper send forth than trophies. Win for the coach, because the man has brought out the best of many of these players. In fact, most of them will have Jurgen to thank for being world beaters and world stars today. So it has been as okay. That was a header by Szoboszlai, a cross from Elliott, but it went wide off the post. So it has been like a campaign. It's not just about this match.
No. See, I'm missing the point.
What's the point?
Me going to Luton Town, Liverpool versus Luton Town. I don't have the mentality of me doing any favor for club again.
No, you have.
No, I don't have.
Why won't you have?
Because I know I should beat. I should beat Luton Town.
Beat you?
No, that's not. I should beat Luton Town.
You should beat Luton Town.
I will beat Luton Town.
Can Luton Town
doesn't mean you will or have beaten
Hold on.
I should.
Hold on now. Can Luton Town beat you?
That's 30% of 100. Yeah, 30% of 100.
Can they beat you?
I'm giving the percentage. 30% of 100.
Can Luton Town?
That means that yes, they can actually.
Yes. So the mentality remains the same.
No. I play Luton Town. I know. Okay, this is what my expectation for the coaches. Not even the coaches. The fans actually knows that this squad and Luton Town is not the same thing. So there's nothing like let's talk about the betting world or the punditry. You talk about Liverpool, Luton Town. What policy will tell you is Liverpool straight win. Okay, you go for over 2.5. Liverpool score 3 goals. Then you come to Liverpool versus City.
And
you're having a chance.
People that will still go the other way and say Luton Town to win.
That's not. You see, sometimes you see this kind of surprising results in football. It does not mean that it happens always.
It doesn't mean it happens.
It does not make sense.
The question
it does not limit your question.
I'm saying, does it happen?
The fact that 30% is this means it can happen.
Does it happen?
I'm not denying the fact that it does not happen. What I'm saying is this.
See, there's no argument here. What is in the mentality of these players in Liverpool since Klopp announced I am leaving is to win trophies for the coach as he leaves. No, whether they are playing Luton Town, whether they are playing Mercy United, whether they are playing which team they are playing. Okay, now if you are a player, are you going to impress the coach when you play City? When you play, no, you not play Luton Town. You fail, you stop to impress. You become non-determinant.
Relax. Let's play this scenario. I'm in just one. What my parents' expectation is, let me finish top 4 or top 3 as in position wise. But you're not telling me when I finish 5th or 6th. It doesn't mean my results are actually good. It does not mean that I failed woefully. Liverpool versus Luton Town. Liverpool should beat them well. We expect Liverpool to be very dominant in the game. But against City, what you want to do is now, this is what I should impress the coach. It's not something that you win City. It's like a balance. This is 50-50. But against Luton Town, it's like 80-20 that you win the game. So what my mentality is that I should come and do my normal job. I should just go there and win the game. I'm not doing, let me go and impress the coach. No, it's not impressing the coach. I know that I'm bigger than Luton Town per se in every angle, in every way.
You've forgotten where this argument stemmed from.
It started from
when Henry asks, should there be a bang of a clash, because this is going to be the last time that both coaches are playing. 2-0. So it's likely going to be the bang of a clash, and let's say Pep will be like, let me give this man, a very fiery encounter, because it's going to be like the last match. And Olivier answered and said that this is that they are not even thinking about that. They're not even thinking. Nobody's remembering between coaches, and nobody's remembering that the club is leaving at the end of the season. This moment to say, okay, let me give him fireworks because he's leaving, we might not have this competition again in the Premier League. In fact, we're not going to have it again in the Premier League unless the unforeseen happens and club returns to the Premier League or gets signed by Chelsea and what's his name is Mauricio Pochettino is fired, and then he gets signed. So unless that happens or he comes back in another life and coach a team, or I don't know. So that's where the argument stem from. I know that these two coaches are not even thinking about that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm disagreeing with that bone of contention.
And I'm telling you, and we are equally disagreeing with you that this match they play here, as the match is going on, these guys are thinking of how to win. They are trying to think of how to win. Nobody's thinking of whether make a give and fiery encounter or whatever. And if you want to talk about the players, which wasn't in question, because the question Henry raised was about the two coaches. So if you want to extend it to the players, when you extend it to the players, that's when I told you that, look, since club announced that he was going to leave, the players have been all about, let's give him a proper send-forth, which is, let's win trophies for him. Yeah. So whether they are playing Luton Town, okay, let me admit to your angle a little bit. Yes, the mentality against City is different from the mentality against Luton Town, right? Because, there's that expected dominance when Liverpool plays in Luton Town, no wahala, accepted. But overall, since club announced that he's leaving, these players have been all about, we want to win. If you don't put in 100% when you play City, okay, let me reverse that. If you don't put in 100% when you play Luton Town, as much as you put when you play City, it will not show that you are bigger than Luton Town.
No.
You need to put in that 100%. No, it won't.
No, see, relax.
It will not show. You go there and win 1-0, or you struggle to win. Because Luton Town will want to step up knowing that they are playing a bigger team. So you need 100% to show the disparity between you and Luton Town.
Okay, well, let's go back to boxing the world. Joshua versus Ngannou. We expected that even though Joshua uses 70% of his boxing experience to play to box Ngannou, he is expected to win Ngannou with 70%. With 70%, I'm doing that's 30% off already. With 70%, Joshua should be able to beat Ngannou, beat him well. At least you say the two go to the fifth round. Come back to Liverpool losing Town. Liverpool should use 50% and win.
So you think if Liverpool puts in 10%?
Not 10%. That's below average. You see, that's below average. It's below average. You said 10%.
This same season, we've seen how Liverpool struggle against Luton Town.
I guess I said the fact is that
excuse me,
this team actually happens. That 30% is certain. It might happen one day.
Okay. Let's put it like this, Chooks. 50% Liverpool put in to play Luton Town. Would they win Luton Town convincingly?
Not convincingly.
But I'm telling you that if they don't put in 100%, as much as they will put against Liverpool, against City, it will not show the disparity of the dominance.
Okay,
so in all, they will put 100% every match they want to play.
Elias, if Liverpool put 50% in the City game, will they win the City?
They will not.
So see, that's different. That's different.
The difference there is that they will still need to put 100. If you're playing City Town, you put 100. If you're playing City, you put 100.
It's not a must that I must put 100 in City Town.
It's a must.
It's not a must.
I know. City Town will beat you.
I'm bigger than City Town times 4. That should be a goal. That's.
Why did you have to
too much of knocking on the ball?
It's not about the defender actually shielded him.
You talk about striker instinct. That was the striker.
Cannot shoot that. They can shoot. You get injured. The defender broke out his leg.
Should we bring out lot of clips of Benzema go against PSG? Against PSG. So talk about.
Leave me with the argument.
No, Alan will not score.
This is 1-1, but Alan will not score. It's Van Dijk. It's Van Dijk.
Alan will not score.
It's Van Dijk.
Alan will not score.
It's Van Dijk. Let me smoke.
The guy is not skillful enough to
miss
Van Dijk.
Let me smoke again. Alan 1-1 with Van Dijk. You definitely, needs to be at
Messi level with Ronaldo combined.
Before you can beat Van Dijk, Van Dijk in that 1-on-1 situation, and Van Dijk can be very corny. He won't go all out.
No, he didn't go all out. Look at him.
He can't go all out. He's reading every move.
Just push you to your weaker side. That's all.
That's it. So
that's wise from Van Dijk.
But one thing that is really, I think Pep is working. His approach to this match has been working. To box that midfield up, to have numbers and stuff, has really been working, because it's not giving these guys a chance to even do anything from the middle.
I mean, McAllister and Szoboszlai, we've not seen much from them in this game, haven't we?
You find them like locusts crowding you each time you are on the ball close to the edge of the box, and you are easily dispossessed. So club needs to think faster. Somebody needs to draw these players out. You need somebody at this point to be able to draw City players out, because the comfortability of Rodri and Stones alongside Kevin De Bruyne and Bernardo Silva is becoming a problem. They spread when they are not on the ball, but once when they are on the ball, but once they regain or when they are not on the ball, they compact. And so if you go anywhere close to the heart of the midfield, you find a swarm of locusts around you, and it makes it very difficult for you to do anything. That explains why Darwin Núñez couldn't take that shot, because there were numbers there. Yes. And I mean, Stones actually had his leg out. Even though I feel like, okay, he should have had a shot. So if club is to get anything from this match, at least first half, we just have about 4 minutes left for the first half. That's regulation time. He needs to find a way to take out these players in terms of somebody drawing them out. This is the kind of match that you need your playmaker like Mohamed Salah, who can actually draw players to himself. If you really want to attack from the wing. But for Pep, keep doing what you're doing. It's actually working for you. When you're on the ball, you spread, and then you find your players out from the wing. But when you're on the ball, you cluster, working for him thus far.
So Henry, I think
your shots and stop
that's supposed Luis Diaz. I think what Reliance is trying to say, I think if Curtis Jones is on the bench, Curtis Jones can be brought in second half, immediately the second half, and what's his name? Mo Salah needs to come in immediately they come back from the break, because it's looking as though Darwin Núñez is actually doing too much running.
More of the work, yeah.
Yes.
Because
he's trying to draw players to himself and then allow Luis Diaz to do the other damages. But I think what is likely going to happen is I don't see Dominic Szoboszlai completing the game. Szoboszlai is not going to complete the game if Curtis Jones is on the bench. At some point, we need to bring in Curtis Jones.
Jones isn't on the bench.
So if Curtis Jones is not on the bench, then I think at some point we have to the club we have to be seeing what's his name, Mo Salah coming in, and then Cody Gakpo playing as a number 10 to allow Endo and McAllister. I think they have to bring McAllister backward a bit to help, try to contain the defense of the midfielder of Manchester City a bit, and then Cody Gakpo playing as a number 10 or possibly behind the striker. It could possibly help, and then Mo Salah coming in to drag players to himself, and then allowing Darwin Núñez with those one-on-one situations. If it's only Darwin Núñez, he's doing too much. I think he's doing lots of running as expected, but dragging those players and then allowing Luis Diaz. But still, Walker is not going to allow Luis Diaz. We know the experience that Walker brings into this Manchester City team. So I think there's going to be a swift change in Jurgen Klopp's personnel immediately they come in from the break.
Okay, let's hear from you, our callers. What do you think, or what do you make of the game so far? Liverpool currently losing at Anfield to Manchester City by a goal to nothing. John Stones with that goal through a corner. 081700000951, 081700000951, and 081095100951, 081095100951. Or you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp also, which is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. Now, Reliance, which changes do you expect Jurgen Klopp to actually make? Let's say beginning of the second half.
Oh, it just happened. A quick disposition. Erling Haaland just disposed. I think that was Virgil van Dijk, but that will end up being nothing as Julian Alvarez took a wayward shot. Kwanzaa, right? I think it was Van Dijk that he dispossessed. And then, it was definitely Van Dijk with the ball and quickly dispossessed by Erling Haaland. A pass to Alvarez that eventually ended up as a wayward shot.
He lost that one.
So for Jurgen, like I mentioned, you need someone to draw out players. Either you draw out to the wing, which Pep will be very careful not to allow his players to do, because again, advantage club if you are going to the wings. Bradley might not be as good as, let's say, let's say TAA, Trent Alexander-Arnold, but he's part of the system. These are two coaches that have created a system that a player comes in and fits into. So far, you have the qualities required to play in that kind of system, because that's the kind of players that they sign. You definitely are expected to fit into that system. I mean, who would see Nathan Ake as a world-class, defender? But there's a system that Pep has created. So this is a system. So that's why Bradley can be as dangerous, if not closely as dangerous as TAA can be, Then Robertson on the other side, Gomez can equally be dangerous, So it's a system. You don't want to pull yourself to where they have the advantage, which is the wing backs. So Pep is going to be very careful not to allow that to happen. Phil Foden with the run from the right-hand side, Walker rather, and then nice decision, but the ball was just too fast. Decided to overlook Erling Haaland and look for onrushing Julian Alvarez.
Hello, Carlo. Good evening and welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brown. I'm calling from Aba.
Okay, please go ahead with your thoughts.
Please, I thought that they are playing Nigerian League today. You plan on giving us the scores?
We'll actually give you updates from what's going on in the Nigerian Premier League. We'll definitely give you that. Okay, thank you very much for your call. Yeah, keep the calls coming. 081700000951 and 0810951091. We'll actually give you results or scorelines from the NPFL as things stand. We are monitoring those centers actually. Now let's run through from some of the results from the Nigerian Premier Football League. Abia Warriors are currently playing out to goalless draw with Lobby Stars, while Enugu Rangers are also playing out to goalless draw with Kwara United. Enyimba and Doma United is 0-0. Also, while Shooting Stars are defeating Aqua United by 2-0. Sporting Lagos are beating Remo Stars in the Southwest Derby by 4-1. Yes, Sporting Lagos looking awesome, and I mean that defeat actually means a lot for Remo Stars. It puts them in 5th place at the moment,
and that win will mean a lot with that kind of margin for Sporting Lagos, because
they're 12th on the table now, and the goal difference has gone up to 0.
And bragging rights, Southwestern teams in the Nigeria Premier Football League, you wouldn't look, in the past couple of seasons, you wouldn't look beyond Remo Stars, because they've been the side consistently qualifying to play on the continent. Last time it was Enyimba, Eastern team.
Enyimba, Rivers
United, South. Then Plateau United have been in and around, so for Sporting Lagos to have that kind of victory, marginal victory, so to speak, against Sporting Lagos, I mean, that speaks volume. It speaks a lot of volume, bragging rights. Ogun State is just an hour, if not for mad traffic. We're just an hour from where that base is. Or let's say, from Ikenne to Lagos is actually far, because that's where Remo Stars have their camp. So Ikenne to Lagos is, more than an hour. So practically bragging rights and all, quite important as well. So Aqua United on the back foot against Shooting Stars, 2-0. It was just always going to be, the match is not concluded anyway, but it was always going to be very difficult for Aqua United to get something out. It's not like the team was back after that 3-1 win over Enyimba, just that there are some teams that you just have to find your strength. You find your strength when you play, and returning to the Gospel Akwabi International Stadium was actually an advantage as well for Aqua United. But it's half-time at Anfield between Liverpool and Manchester City. The citizens will go into the break with a 1-0 lead, hoping to come back and compliment on it.
Okay, we'll get some halftime analysis from the guys regarding that game between Liverpool and Arsenal and Manchester City in the English Premier. 081700000951 and 0810-9510951. Before we get over to the halftime analysis, okay, let's take this call first. Hello, caller. Good evening and welcome to the show.
Good evening, Henry.
Good evening, Rooney Evans.
Yes, and good evening to the guys in the studio.
They greet you as well.
I think for me, Liverpool have been trying their best, and we all know that Anfield. I don't think they've lost any match in this Anfield since this season, have they?
Come again with your question, please.
I'm asking if they've lost any match this season in Anfield.
No, they've not lost at Anfield this season.
So, what I mean. What am I saying? Liverpool have been making an Anfield a fortress. And I don't think Man City are even a match to even break the record. I can say that with boldness because Man City are being the one giving Liverpool a chase, but not in Anfield. And I think for me, yes, Man City have gotten a very wonderful goal, but I think Liverpool has what it takes to unlock a goal from the back of the net, and they're probably home with a draw. Because for me, I think they have seen this game at the end of the day, it's a end up with a draw. I'm not seeing Man City winning this game. Either Man City and Liverpool will win the game. So for me, I think a draw will be, after 90 minutes, we'll be seeing that 1-1. By not seeing even 2.5 serves in this game. And for your colleague who is trying to drag about what the players are playing for, I think that it's quite simple. The ambition before now was to play and win the league, and at the same time win the league for Liverpool. But now they have the ambition of playing for the coach, Jurgen Klopp, to give him an 100% farewell visit, or 100% whether welfare or farewell good. I don't know how they call it. You get? So it has to double. So it is not just only playing. Resignation of being a Liverpool coach. Then you can tell me that playing Man City will be a good audit or a good ambition, especially at this period. But then, if you don't take Luton Town serious, when you want to play for Jurgen Klopp, probably and especially when he's even at the peak of his stage or season in Liverpool, then if you can't give it up to Luton Town, then you're not ready to give it up for Liverpool, for Man City, because you are probably not giving it up for Jurgen Klopp. You are not ready to give Jurgen Klopp what he desires. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that if you are playing Man City 100%, then you have to play Luton Town with 100%. It's as simple as that. Reason being that the Premier League is not what is at stake here, but I want us to play for the coach to give him a good farewell. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts there, Rooney Evans. We'll keep the calls coming in 0817-0000951 and 0810-951-0951. As we'll get to talk about the Super Eagles list that was released yesterday by the Nigerian. We say Nigeria Football Federation.
Now, what do you want to talk? Is it that super? Okay, now Ekong. Now release the list. Okay, Musa release the list.
Musa release the list.
Now NFF.
Well, the NFF did release a list yesterday. Reliance did run through the names, but I'll run through them. Also, for the goalkeepers, we have Stanley Nwabali, Francis Uzoho, and Ojo Oloruneke. For the defenders, we have Calvin Bassey, Jamilu Collins, Bruno Onyemechi, Shemi Ajayi, Kenneth Omero, Chidozie Awazim, Gabriel Osho, Bright Osai Samuel, Tyrone Ibouye, and Benjamin Tanimu. For the midfielders, we have Alex Iwobi, Frank Onyeka, Wilfred Ndidi, Al Hassan Yusuf, Raphael Onyedika, and for the forwards, we have Moses Simon, Nathan Tella, Fishayo Dele Bashiru, Ademola Lukman, Sadiq Kumar, Victor Osimhen, Kelechi Iheanacho, Taiwo Awoniyi, and Cyril Dessers. Now, Reliance, I'll start off with you now. We've seen this list. First off, what are your issues with the list called up by the Nigerian Football Federation?
Olisanda. That's my issue with that list. Olisanda is not there. That's the problem I have with the list, because he deserves a calling. You are scouting Taminu, who plays in Tanzania.
Ihefu
FC in Tanzania. But you cannot scout Olisanda, who plays for Orlando Pirates, a team that has pedigree in African football, African interclub football.
We saw him in the Soweto derby yesterday.
And you've seen him play in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Played for Akwa United. He has been a mainstay in the Nigeria. So if you want to talk about the player that started in the NPFL, if that's the case, then Olisanda ticks that box. And he played in a CAF Confederation Cup final. Orlando Pirates against RS Berkane. It doesn't get bigger than that. And he showed the thing he's made of. He has had a Super Eagles. I think he has had a Super Eagles call-up before.
Yes.
I think the Chan team.
He also played in the AFCON 2021. He came on in our last group game against Guinea-Bissau.
So he has that experience. And you're looking at centre-back partnership. I mean, listen, that gives me a Virgil van Dijk kind of movement. Very calm and very calculative. He knows when to go for the header. I know when to go all out for the tackle. We just saw Virgil van Dijk against Manchester City, how he was able to close up Erling Haaland when he had a one-on-one opportunity to go against Kelleher and go for Liverpool. He was able to displace the man and make sure he took away what shot. That's the kind of vibe, that is the kind of football play that Olisenda brings. And then you're looking at the partnership that's soon to expire, so to speak. William Trisekong is, aging. He's 30 plus at the moment. Shemi Ajayi, same thing.
Kenneth Omero,
Kenneth Omero, same thing. So you need somebody that has the experience to play there. And this guy, so I'm not just calling for Olisenda to be included in that list because he should be included because he's Olisenda, because he's worth it. He has played at the highest level of, let's say, second to the highest level of African football, second tier, CAF Confederation Cup. And Orlando Pirates is a team to reckon with. If you want to talk about inter-club football in Africa, Orlando Pirates is one of those teams you mentioned. South Africa is one of those. The PSL is competitive, well organized, even more organized than the Nigeria Premier Football League. Yes, the NPFL is gradually getting back to reckoning with what the NPFL board is doing at the moment. We are seeing matches on TV streamed, but this is what the PSL has been enjoying over the years. In as much as Nigeria more or less set the momentum or set the ball rolling from the 90s or the thing that from the 90s. So Olisenda will have a calling, and this is a friendly match for crying out loud. So this is the kind of match that you bring this kind of player to come in and fit in and gel like the future. So if the NFF should scout Taminu, who recently had his stint, I think with Bendel Insurance in the league, and moved to Tanzania, how can you not scout Olisenda that's playing in a league that should be ranked above a Tanzanian league? So that's the problem I have with that list. Gabriel Osho plays for Luton Town. He has been invited. No problem about that. So this guy deserves a looking. Olisenda deserves a looking. Deserves to come into the list. These are two friendly matches. Some additions. I mean, good 26 players. Gift Orban is still absent. I don't know if I should make a case for him or if I shouldn't make a case for him, but Sarah Disa returns to the team. Tyrone Ebue, one of those adventurous fullback, returns. I mean, a fullback I actually love because he has the pace, the ability to recover. Although it can also be argued, just like it has been argued for Trent Alexander-Arnold before, that he's not really good defensively. But, I mean, when you are on the ascendancy, you can count on Tyrone Ebue. He returns to the team. So the major thing for me is Olisenda not being invited to that team. Whatever the NFF is doing, or whatever the next coach that's going to come will be doing, I think Olisenda deserves a look-in to be invited to the national team. He's a very calculative and a very good centre half that Nigeria needs to have. I mean, if you can partner Trisekong and maybe Olisenda, or let's say you partner one of them with a centre back that's a little bit pacey, because Olisenda is not the most pacey kind of centre back, then you're looking at if someone that is going to be there to orchestrate like a sweeper going forward, you're looking at the future of centre-back partnership for Nigeria. So practically that's the major thing. The majority of the guys who participated at the AFCON, they are there. If not, I think all of them are there.
Seven of them are that were in the AFCON are not on this list at the moment. I know we have Ola.
Okay, I know he's absent.
Sanusi is injured.
Ekong is injured,
is not there. Ahmed Musa is not there. Paul Onwachu is not there. Terry Murphy is not there. And we'll get the last name, but it's actually Samuel Chukwueze.
So, I mean, it's friendly match. I think apart from Paul Onwachu, you know what the other ones, they can take a claim for a shirt, for a starting berth in the team, when they get the color. But aside from that, I think it's quite okay. Injury explains why Aino and Ekong are not there. For Samuel Chukwueze, probably one or two excuses, Then Paul Onwachu has not really been, so regular, in the past couple of years for the Super Eagles. So apart from that absence of Alexander, I think we're good to go. Whoever is going to manage the team, even though the talk of Iguavoin has returned, I'm hearing talks that it might have to be Iguavoin being in charge. I'm equally hearing that the team might have a coach before the matches. The matches are scheduled for the later part of this month. That should be upper week 19th and 26th.
No, 22nd and 26th.
22nd and 26th, I beg your pardon. So they'll probably be able to seal a coach between now and then, because in as much as they've advertised the Super Eagles head coach job, they should know what they want. I mean, you can't have a technical department that doesn't know what they want. They should know what they want, and they should know from the list of people that have applied, they should know what to get. I'm sure Emmanuel Monique will apply if they want to go for an indigenous coach. So the list put together by the NFF technical department, led by is it still, because I know that Iguavoin is Super Eagles technical director, not NFF technical director.
Well, he's the Super Eagles technical director, so probably it's his duty, or it was his duty, to actually put together the
So yeah, that might fall back to him, So I don't know. It's just okay. So whoever is going to be the coach that will take the team, and I don't even think any foreign coach or any new appointee will be in charge of those two friendlies. So even if they appoint a coach now, I think the coach will have to sit out those friendly match, unless it's an indigenous coach.
Even if it's a foreign coach, don't you think he could come in and just watch what happens?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He will sit out and watch, not be in charge. I don't think he's going to be, because I don't know how it's going to work.
Unless there's someone they've been discussing with and they are very close, discussing our contract issues with
you understand?
that
Unless that kind of, well, if it's just a coach from the blue, I think he might have to sit out and just watch at least the first. Might just be in the technical crew, but not exactly in charge, of that team. That's just it.
And Benjamin, quickly, I mean, why all the secrecy when it comes to all these things about who gets to handle that? We don't even get to hear anything from the NFF as things stand. And we're talking about adding bodies to our midfield, building our midfield. Don't you think it's about time we also look at defense and say, Reliance mentioned the ages. Ekong is about 31, Omer is about 31, Shemi Aja is 31. Don't you think that we should also be thinking...
Shemi is 30.
It's 30. Don't you think we should also be looking at the defense and saying, we need to start rebuilding, not that in 2 years' time we get caught off guard and we start looking for defenders and crying for defenders like we're crying for midfielders at the moment?
I think the whole team needs rebuilding. The only department that doesn't need rebuilding is attacking department, because you look at the man leading the attack line, what's his name, Victor Osimhen is just 25, and then look at the other people that are coming from the ranks. Murphy is 20, 23, 24, I think. You look at the other guys coming in. Look at Alex Iwobi. Alex Iwobi is
28. He'll be 28 in June.
Alex Iwobi is...
He's 27 still.
Alex Iwobi is 27, and then you look at the other people. Ahmed Musa is already gone. What's his name? Our captain, Ekong is aging. His legs cannot carry him. He's not the quickest. You look at Ajayi, he's not the quickest. The goalkeeping department, yeah, in as much as we are coming from, Wabali is 27. What's his name? Maduko Koye is 24. Ojo is 28. So I don't think, I think the whole team needs rebuilding. Yeah, in as much as the goalkeepers are, the oldest when it comes to the team. I think it needs rebuilding. In as much as we are looking for new coaches, we still need to look for younger players in the team to start rebuilding. Because you look at the future, that's the thing, because it's not now. We look at the future. Uzo is 25. Yeah, he's 25. So we need to start looking for younger players. You look at the Three Lions team, just take a leap from the Three Lions. You look at the Three Lions team, Arnold is 25, Phil Foden is way younger. So you look at, we need options. It's not like we are short of options. We have options everywhere in the world. After Brazil, Nigerians are the country with the most players in the continent. So I think we've got options everywhere, not just options. We've got good options. So we need to start looking at those directions and see how we can get players that can actually do the work for us, because these players, this current crop of players we have right now are actually aging. So I think we need to start rebuilding, in as much as we need to rebuild in all departments apart from the attack department. Even in the attack department, we need to start looking at the young people coming through the ranks.
Okay, well, we see the game between Liverpool and Manchester City currently ongoing. Yes, the second half has begun. Liverpool taking on Man City, and Liverpool are losing by a goal to nothing at Anfield to their title rivals. That goal being scored by John Stones in the first half. Well, guys, what are we to expect from Ovie? Let me throw that question to you. What are we to expect from Liverpool this second half?
They just need to keep on what they've been doing. They just keep on pressing as much as they've been doing. The chances will come. That penalty.
And that should be a penalty. I mean, he was so...
and as I said, they just keep on what they've been doing, keep on pressing, and then you see Alisson makes the mistake.
It's just too hot.
Alisson makes the mistake.
Okay.
And now we see Nunes on the floor. Alisson makes the mistake and rushes out.
That should be Nathan Ake.
That's it. Sorry.
I think it was so short there by Nathan Ake.
Yeah. That was wrong.
That was a penalty.
That was soft to be a penalty. What are you saying, bro?
And he's dancing it as he's saying it.
Too soft, scared. It's not the goal to put it at the back of the net yet, so it's still 1-0 for now. Let's see who takes the penalty.
Please don't jinx it. That's what Liverpool fans will be telling you. Liverpool fans will be telling you, please don't jinx it.
Shut up, your Osimhen will miss penalty against these people.
Gary McAllister.
No, Osimhen is not a good penalty taker.
It's not a good penalty taker.
We know that one.
It's a Gary McAllister's penalty.
That was not me. As long as you don't put at the back of the net, I'm not Liverpool fans. I'm not against you people.
Who are you?
He's not against Liverpool fans.
I'm not against Liverpool fans, but I'm just stating the fact. As long as they don't put it in the net, it's not a goal for me yet.
Well, Liverpool do have a penalty with Ederson. Will say fouling Darwin Nunes in the box after Nathan Ake made him to commit and sold him short and made him to commit. But you also have to credit Nunes for also still reading Ake's intentions properly and doing what he did.
Ederson should be injured.
Yeah, I think he's injured. It's his knee.
Yeah.
The way he threw his legs, I think his knee. But I think kudos to Darwin Nunes for reading that, because Ake, it was a loose ball actually, a loose pass that Ake got, and then he was covered by the Liverpool player, and then he hadn't no option than to go back to his goalkeeper. But the thing is, he didn't look. So Darwin Nunes had to track back and then see how he could get that ball and then get something from the ball. I think the striker's instinct, and he got a penalty there. And the Liverpool fans will actually be praying that Ederson Moreira leaves the scene, and why we see what's his name?
Stefano Ortega.
Stefano Ortega, coming into the mix. I think that's going to be an advantage for Liverpool, but Ederson is still limping as he stands, so I think he might not continue. After the penalty, he might not continue. He's still limping, holding his knee.
Yeah, well, it's a penalty for Liverpool at Anfield, and it looks like it's going to be Alexis McAllister, the man to take the penalty for the Anfield side. Yes, Liverpool have a penalty against Manchester City. We'll wait to see if they will actually convert that one. But let's run through some of the results or games going on in the NPFL, as Abia Warriors have taken the lead against Lobby Stars. They lead Lobby Stars by a goal to nothing. Enugu Rangers still playing out to goalless draw with Kwara United. Eimba just scored against Doma United as they lead Doma United by a goal to nothing. It's getting worse for Aqua United as they are currently losing by 3 goals to nothing, while Sporting Lagos are still beating Remo Stars by 4 goals to 1. Yes, let's hear from you as we get ready to run out of the studio. 0817 0000951 and 0810-951-0951. And Gary McAllister has actually equalized for Liverpool. Benjamin, run us through what just happened.
And that was a penalty between the Argentina national team World Cup winner against the Brazilian second choice goalkeeper in the person of Ederson Moraes. And guess what? Argentina had to score this, because this is not a World Cup. It's not a World Cup. It's an English Premier League game live at Anfield, and
McAllister just scored.
Klopp watched a penalty for
the first time Jurgen Klopp watched a penalty that Liverpool, he doesn't watch penalties, but this he had to watch because it's a special penalty against his bar-headed rival in person of, not Eric Ten Hag, please don't get me wrong. It's Pep.
Actually a rival to Klopp.
I don't know. Bar-headed.
Okay, there's rivalry.
There is rivalry in bar-headed. Yeah.
Wisdom.
So it's 1-1, game on for the both sides. This is the real cracker that we've been waiting for. Hopefully, it gets better and better for the both sides, and then, giving us something to clamor for us. The media, we've hyped this game, not just hyping from anywhere. We've hyped this game from Nigeria here down to England. So we need that hype. We need the game to give us that hype that we've given it.
But the game has actually been living up to expectations, hasn't it, guys?
Not really living up to expectation. 1-0 performance. It was just a street game for Manchester City in the first half. It was Manchester City all the way in the first half. Liverpool coming out with the right energy in the second half, and then it's game on. And the game is yet to see Mo Salah. Mo Salah is actually warming up. So it's going to be a different ball game when Mo Salah comes in. Lots of pressure is going to be on for Mo Salah.
Okay, yes, Liverpool equalizing through Gary McAllister's penalty, and they are playing a 1-1 draw with Manchester City. Oh, we lost that call there. Do well to try and keep the calls coming. Let's see if we can take one call before we get to run out of the studio. 081700000951 and 081095100951. Hello, caller. It looks like network is not our friend at the moment. I mean, the calls are coming in, but it's just not going through. Well, let's run through some of the games, or will you say some of the scorelines from the MPFL at the moment? Is still Abia Warriors 1, Lobby Stars 0. Enugu Rangers still playing out a goalless draw with Kwara United, and Enyimba are winning Doma United by 1-0. Shooting Stars are defeating Aqua United by 3-0, while Remo Stars are losing by 4-1 to Sporting Lagos. Hello, caller. Good evening and welcome to the show. Good evening. Rooney Evans.
Yes, the alpha now.
I did. Just 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
As I said now, very true that Liverpool will actually come back. I was expecting them to give an early goal, which is what they just did. And I said that he left the pitch.
He's on the floor. The second choice goalkeeper, Ortega, is getting ready to enter.
So, I think that's the only advantage, because for me, as I said before, if at all this injury wasn't there, and I think Man City would have wanted to use this opportunity to come out and see if they can get something, and that will probably might end it there, because I don't think Liverpool will give them that chance. But as it stands now, Man City has a very big disadvantage, and that is where if only Liverpool will be able to capitalize on this and probably give only one important goal.
Okay.
So for me, I think it will either end like this or get only one goal, and that's just the end of the day.
Okay, thank you very much for your Thursday, and that's much we can take on the show today. It's been fun and exciting hanging out with you. The Sports Crew will make a return tomorrow by 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack, and we will be here in the afternoon as well by 3 p.m. for Today Sports Live. My name is Henry Ogogo. I did the show with Reliable Reliance Udoyin, Benjamin Mina, Young Chuks Chukuzite, and Ovie Wallace. And on that note, I say stay safe, stay blessed, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.